But we got quite a number of grimoire requests last stream from Clay Cree, so it'll be up pretty much this whole stream. Hey there, Hayes. Yeah. only a small portion can be shown at once. Only a small portion. It is, and is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. End of the first game.
Welcome, my friends. Your presence means I can count Eldrith dead. I am Mordok Selanmir, and you've been such a boon to my allies, who will be overjoyed to learn that they can begin rebuilding the Onyx Tower for their own. Now, it's only fitting that I offer you the hospitality of my keep in reward. I'm sure you'll find its dungeons to your liking. Seize them.
So the heroes get seized at the end of the first game. They actually didn't have that full cinematic at the end of the first game. They only show the weird monsters popping out of the trees. Now, one of the things that kind of sucks about this game is you can't make your dwarf nude. You can't make your dwarf nude, and it's not the same dwarf from the first game. We'll just play on normal. So we can pick between a human barbarian, a dark elf monk, a moon elf necromancer, the dwarven rogue, who is the least nude character. This is as nude as you can make him. I think you might be able to take his boots off, but that's about it. And human cleric. We're going to be playing as the dark elf monk for a couple of reasons. Number one, Dark Elf Monk is like one of the most nude characters, it seems. Second, the Dark Elf Monk starts with a sprint ability, and also has a bunch of passive stuff that you don't have to spend energy on. They made a great effort in this game to make it so that non-caster classes expend energy. It seems like, anyway. So,
Centuries of conquest and scattered settlements have done nothing to tame the monster-filled reaches of the Western Heartlands. Perhaps it is for this reason that the realm welcomes ambitious adventurers, and Baldur's Gate, its greatest city, calls to them like a siren luring mariners to their doom. Why do they heed the city's song, these brave and wandering souls? Some for the greater good, others for wealth, for power, for glory. Some do not know why themselves. This is such an adventurer's tale. Rumors abound of a dark alliance gathering against Baldur's Gate, of the hateful spirit of Eldrith the Betrayer, of a black tower of onyx in which she seethes and plots. Adventurers flock to the Western Heartlands to forge their destinies in the fire of battle. Even now, some make their way down the tradeway, moving southwards towards Baldur's Gate. Fortune favors the bold adventurer. Do not falter.
there we go. That's the intro. Necromancer's Fear Spell is handy for clearing an area of enemies, and that loading text goes by way too fast because it's loading off SD card now. I need to up my my monitor. Here. Down my desktop audio so that doesn't get louder. So we're going to take off our armor, which, yeah. There we go. She might have tights on or something, but it's kind of impossible to tell. But the key thing here, the reason why we're taking the Dark Elf is because of this. She starts out with unarmed combat that causes her to have, like, chance to stun and, like, a huge amount of damage. It's, like, equal to a magical great axe right from the start. We can save it. We should probably save it so we have a save. Here we go. Trying to get some lore from this character.
I thought that would be my last fight. I'm Kaira, a caravan guard.
We can be a huge jerk, which is befitting of a monk, right? That's what monks do. What's happened here?
We were ambushed by the Red Fang Marauders. They took some of us away.
I think I'm gonna turn down the music. Hey, Colonel Farva. Also, hello, Raccoon, Retro Mega X, J52, Kraid. Anyone else I miss? Who did I miss? Chiswicked, Gunstar Hero, Hayes. Yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. We were ambushed by Red Fang Marauders. They took some of us away. Red Fang
Please,
Marauders?
just lend an ear. Some of the Marauders took prisoners into the Trollbark Forest, southwest of here. But most of them continued southeast to Wayfork Village. They're going to raid it, or burn it. You must help, please. Monsters, brigands, mostly goblin kind. They've been raiding around Baldur's Gate for months. The city's soldiers can't find where the lot of them hole up. So, will you help?
Help? Why? I'm on this road to reach Baldur's Gate, not rescue peasants. Showing my inner peace here.
It's certain that those you saved would reward you. Please, help them. Then continue down the road until you see a path leading into the trees. It eventually leads into the Trollbark Forest. I'll meet you later in Wayfork Village. Farewell.
Okay. Come on. Hit him. There we go. Yeah, let's see. What does a shoddy longsword get us? Which monks can totally equip, by the way. It would reduce our damage by, like, at least 6 across the board. So we're not going to do that. We're going to take speed. We're going to take speed and unarmed. That's going to be our main deal. This is a good secret that they put in on purpose. Yeah, this game is a beat 'em up. It's basically just a beat 'em up. Oh no, we're not going to use a staff. We're not going to use a staff. We're going to use our fists and our feet. Get him. Get him. Yeah, there we go. So we can level up. We're also going to be able to do Crushing Blow, which is going to increase our unarmed damage even more. But we're not going to do that yet. Because we need 4 points on oh, okay, current level 4 to 8 chance to stun. And that'll bring us up to 7 to 14. So we're only 50% better than a longsword right now. But that'll bring us up to like 100%. or 500% better. The interestingly, the dwarf in this game uses crossbows primarily. Oh, damn it. It's really hard to like lock onto monsters in this. You don't have nearly the width of attack range that you did in the first one. Oh, we're gonna have to talk to her again.
I thought that would be my
Good. Good. I wonder, like... And even the goblins block, which is, like... It's pretty obnoxious having first-level monsters that, like, don't take any damage when they block. Oh, we can go through here, right? Hey, Dark Raven Wolf. This is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. Another excellent secret here. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2, which is a here we go. Which is a sequel to another game I played a few months back, a couple of months back, called the first game in the series, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, which we called Nude Dwarf Game. Because we didn't use any armor. Because it was completely unnecessary. But this game, the dwarf cannot be nude. All this stuff doesn't... None of the armor you get at the beginning of the game fucking does anything. Going to be there for selling. Only reason we're grabbing it. Much better this time. Yeah. Champions of Norath, and I think there was a second Champions of Norath, plus Bard's Tale, and oh yeah, the gorgeous water physics are back. Bard's Tale 2004 and Brotherhood of Steel, I think is the name of the Fallout game. All use the same engine. So that's why pretty similar. Are you saying this game isn't funny? This game's hilarious. So was Nude Dwarf Game. Nude Dwarf Game was a riot. Bonk. Stop it. Here we go. Yeah, I plan to play the others eventually, but starting with Baldur's Gate because I think these are probably the best. Plus, this one I own. I could be playing this from the disc if I wanted, but my my PS2's laser isn't in the best of shape. It's a little worn down after how many years? Jeez, it's March, right? It was PlayStation 2's birthday recently. It was March 25th or something? Like 3 days ago? Or 21st? And that was 19 years ago? I want to say 19 years ago. Oh, look, we found treasure. Shoddy leather armor. Oh, we're not going to spend that point. We're going to go here. Yeah, so we could put... Hell, she doesn't even get clothing when you put armor on. But we're not going to put armor on because it doesn't matter. I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, you have unlimited ranged weapons in this. So we could do throwing axes. But we're not. We're not going to do that. We're going to do primarily unarmed. We might use a ranged weapon later on. if the game forces us to, which I have a sneaking suspicion it might do. It might force us to use ranged weapons at some point. Meanwhile, we're causing extremely bloody deaths to these goblins with our bare hands here. Hey, Mazanaga. Welcome, welcome. Save again now that we've cleared out the whole pathway. Also, that fighter at the beginning, Kiara Van, got her ass kicked by goblins. I mean, so did I, because I couldn't hit anything because I'm not used to the controls. But still, I still get to make fun of her for getting her ass kicked by goblins. Yeah, Rectangular Hills. Welcome to the Rectangular Hills. Home of the Rectangular Hills Mall. Oh, look at this. So when we get another level, we should have enough to do... we get another level, we should have enough to do combat reflexes, and then after that, the subsequent level, we should have enough to do... we should have enough to do additional unarmed, which will be good. Good secret. That was a good secret that we found here. Oh, right. I forgot. One of the features of the Dark Elf is the ability to sprint. We'll be leveling that up later on. Got him. None of this stuff is you can't destroy any of these crates. Not these crates. Oh. Enter Trollbark Forest. Old birds feasting on a corpse. Do karate moves on a bird. Here we go, yep. Save that. Another good thing about not wearing armor and using no weapon is that when we get later in the game, when there's rust monsters and other shit that's like basically... Wow, that goblin had a lot of hit points. When there's, later in the game when there's, what I like to call, reset traps, which is rust monsters. I think maybe, I want to say Zorn are also a problem because they, like, eat magical weapon bonuses. Be well prepared for that. 4-tile large rust monster. 4 tiles. I feel like they should be a 2-tile horizontal, don't you think? In that they're like about the same size as like a large dog like this. Oh, press select to level up. Now, yeah, we have 3 points, which is enough for combat reflexes. And then we'll be able to get unarmed. We'll be able to get unarmed 1 level early because we've saved the point from level 1. Search weapon rank. Yeah, there we go. And we're going to get a bunch of garbage that we're going to sell later. And then we're going to use all of our money on, like, rings and amulets. I guess we'll do the same thing. We'll do the gloves route. We do gloves, boots, hat, but no chest armor. How could my armor break? I'm not wearing any. Wait, do I have like a duck button? What does that even do? Oops. Save. I like that they can instantly cancel any action into a block. That's a good thing for enemies to be able to do. More birds. I don't think the birds can block. Got him. Got that bird. Fuck that bird up. I like punched a piece of meat, like a large steak off of that bird somehow. Very strange. The fucking comical stars coming off of that wolf. Hey DSF. No, this is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. The sequel to the original Nude Dwarf game. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1. Except the dwarf isn't nude in this one. Green is experience. Yeah, pretty much. It's the same engine. It is identical engine. I don't know which character is nude in Champions of Norath, though. I haven't played that one sufficiently yet. We're only down to one potion. That's worrying. Come on, wolf. Right, I remember how to play this game now. I remember how to play this now. Ultramare? This is not Ultramare, fortunately. It's not that cursed. I wonder how it handles weapon immunity if you play as the monk with unarmed.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Goshan8512. Thank you for the follow. Huh. I feel like I went the wrong way. I feel like there would have been treasure down the other way. Maybe a few monsters to fight. Yeah, treasure. Monsters. Yep. I knew it. That one stopped. It waited for me to come back around. Good. Good.
My God, that's fantastic.
Gangrel, thank you for the host. Oh, I'm out of blue stuff. I can't sprint anymore. That's okay. We did all the stuff we needed to do there. Let's save the game. I think it'd be funny if, like, for all of the, Mortis. It'd be funny if you had the option, like, for the quests in the game where they're like, the villagers will reward you if you save them. You had the option of just being like, oh, I'm a monk. I'm an ascetic. I don't value material gain. Unfortunately, the dwarf in this game is the most clothed character. Okay, you can't circle around goblins. They move too fast. I know what we're going to be taking points in, and it's going to be fucking not getting hit by arrows. 'Cause these encounter designs suck. They don't even give you the ridiculous, Is that block? Yeah, that's block. Can you block ranged attacks? But yeah, the encounter designs having, like, multiple archers in an open space. That is the block button. Okay. This is whatever button it is. Not that one. This one. I used a potion by accident. That was probably a bad idea. We got a shoddy amulet. It doesn't do anything. Shoddy scale boots. We need higher armor proficiency to use it. Okay, leather gloves we can use. These ones. 2. Oh, you can just block arrows. Okay. I see. I see. Can't block damage over time. Did you put treasure behind your lair? No. No, they didn't. Alright. Enter the Red Fang Goblin Lair. Improved critical feat. Oh, Absnerdity, thank you for more grimoire. We've got enough to keep the grimoire up all day and into tomorrow. I gotta figure out what game I'm gonna play tomorrow. I haven't decided. There's so many games, folks. So many incredible games. Bill Bull is currently playing an incredible game. Defender of Boston. The Rock Island Mystery. Wait, why is it? Oh, it's just telling me that there's an exit there, I guess. The goblins have arranged this tasteful statue of a red dragon there at their entrance. Oh, look at this. Look at this encounter design. Magnificent. What's great about this encounter design is the the enemies shoot faster than your attacks. So if they get off time, they'll all get a chance to hit you while you're in the middle of your attack. Fortunately, they dropped the potions, so... Oh, I didn't use the potion, though. Yeah, the encounter designs in this game are so far subpar compared to the first. I don't remember doing this part of the game. I remember, like, after the first town part of the game. Yeah. These guys come on. Yeah, like, look at this. This is a module designed for one person. Oh, these guys don't drop potions consistently. Okay, never mind. This encounter fucking sucks. I have moved the camera back. You can move it in. This is the closer one. You can move it in, but it's easier to deal with when it's back here. Come on. Also, they're shooting their arrows above what appears to be the implied roof of the cavern. They're shooting them over the cavern wall. Good. Every area is outdoors. Also, the archers don't move at all. Their AI is instant fire, like instant targeting, and remain fully stationary. Okay, look at that! Look at that! What a design. Good. Good. So now we stand here and wait for our health to regenerate for a while. Because whoever designed this game was a fucking brain lord. Yeah, but then you have to wait for your health to regenerate this fast. Might be able to get in and get another one. Yeah. Use your bedroll. Yeah, all this action. Slow down. At least, I think, the designers decided to give you up front what to expect, which is goblins shooting over cave walls from their entrenched positions. A sprint feature that works about 2/3 of the time. And point-blank archers as well. The archers in the first game actually switched to knives when you got close. They didn't just keep shooting their bows at you, and the knives did less damage. So if you got close to some archers, they would be disadvantaged. But no such luck in this game. Good. Good, we got them. Let's see what's in their boxes. Good thing we're getting all these rejuvenation potions that are completely pointless to this character until much later in the game. Okay, what have we got? We've got goblins and wolves. We'll pull the wolf away because the wolf is way faster, and hopefully the goblins won't follow, or they'll follow slow enough that I can deal with the wolf first. you have a tether range? No. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, and that gives us a chance to regenerate some health. I remember playing this game back when it was, you know, recent. I don't remember beating it. I remember getting far. I remember getting pretty far in it, but I like that they can block in the middle of their attacks. This is good gameplay. Good gameplay. Oh no, Tobor, what happened? What happened to your internet? Game design. Unfortunately, the design in this game is actually is it seems like they wanted to make a more difficult game, and the way that they did so was by making it less satisfying. This door is locked. Locked.
Move it. I can't move it.
Yeah, the choices that they made in order to increase difficulty, I assume it was to increase difficulty, results in a far less satisfying and less mechanically interesting game. Like archers that stand still and don't maneuver to try to get a shot on you so that you can like mess around with their AI. The like instantly blocking enemies. But they like didn't fix some of the main AI problems. Like kiting enemies in small circles. I don't know if sword punching works in this one. We probably won't be making use of it because oh look, we've got multiple layers of archers deep. And their range is incredible underground. Shoot your arrows through the roof, guys. Also, arrows give you hit stun, which is good. He's standing on the table. Good. Good. Yeah, we went through we went into the cave mouth and came out into a valley of trenches. Yeah, they're arrows. You found a key. It appears to be a gate key. You get a shoddy ring as well. Was there friendly fire in the first one? Because that would, like, the first one appears like one of those. Oh yeah, there's glass. There's no glass though because it's just the arrows come right out. But presumably one of these is just a pen full of wolves that we want to fight. Things will look up once we get our once we get both our attack speed and our unarmed combat. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. The like weird yetis. Okay, one good thing is once the enemy is committed to a block, they're committed to it for a while. So if you can get them to block, you can... And they can also instant turn, which they weren't able to do in the other one. Yeah, those Yeti guys were like hitting each other. I don't think they were doing damage, but they were, I think, at least like stunning each other. Fuck. Okay, that thing can block arrows. That fucker moved. Gotta be careful here. A padded helmet. Do not enter the dark cave. What have we got? Padded helmet. There we go. Good. Good. I think they severely boosted the effectiveness of ranged weapons in this, and as a result, they made all of the enemies with ranged weapons better.
Hells.
Hells. I seem to be accidentally selecting the paths that go straight to progression when I want to full clear everything. Oh, no. I don't know what dark cave is then. Yeah, come get me, fuckers. There's also a huge wind-up on your attack. We got an archer. Oh, come on. If this character had a suplex, that would be good. Was that green cloud an attack that was done? Or was that just the goblin farted and he died? I can't remember if you could hit multiple enemies with your attacks in the first one. Yeah, this wolf seems to have forgotten about me. Come on.
Fall before me.
Got him. Little beam of light there, a non-existent ceiling. Hey, Iron Zoltan, how are you? You know what game was improved a great deal by its suplex move was, or I should say, a mod which added a suplex move was Skyrim. How does a shaman have so many hit points? Like, that's a lot of hit points for a fighter to have. He had several hundred hit points, I think. Or, like, over 100. And what edition of the game is this? 4th edition? Yeah, all those punches and kicks in the groin. The dwarf, it does pain me not to play the dwarf in this because the dwarf has a ransack ability which causes enemies to drop extra loot. Unfortunately, I remember this game, and dropping extra loot isn't worthwhile because enemy loot that drops is never what you want. The only stuff you want is you want to increase the enchantment on your own weapons through the, like, enchanter in the town. Man, these goblins love their dragon statues. Either that or the caravan they just raided was, dragon statues. That's all it was carrying. Dragon statue carrying caravan. Come on. All right, you fuckers. Oh, we get to increase a statistic. +1 range and armor class per 2 points over 10. +1 melee and damage per point, 2 points over 10. +1 hit point per level per 2 points over 10, and faster HP regeneration. +5 magic energy, earned experience, and store buy and sell values. So, I think what we want to do is, I think we want to do Constitution first. We're going to do Constitution first. There's a reason for that. But then the next thing we want, we are gonna increase sprint eventually as well. But now we want unarmed combat, which increases our damage. Straight up damage increase. Yeah, so now we're doing, like, way higher damage. We found the cell key. Okay, good. Alright, come on, wolves. Okay, now we're doing 18 damage. These wolves have as many hit points as giants. 40-something hit points. I guess we'll open these doors.
My gratitude.
Thank you.
I guess that prisoner dropped a potion? Yeah, there we go. That one dropped some gold. Good that the prisoners are rewarding us. Yeah, the stats being permanent in Dungeons and Dragons is interesting. An interesting difference, I suppose. Here's the bat cave. These bats have more than 16 hit points. How many hit points does a bat have in does a regular giant bat have in first edition Dungeons and Dragons? It's like probably 1 hit dice at most. Maybe 1 to 4 hit points.
Gods be praised.
My gratitude.
Do you suppose that dark cave was a side area?
Fall before me.
Oh man, with mega damage. Mortis, I told you about my Rifts mod for Quake 1, right? Had a Rifts mod that I did for Quake 1 that actually incorporated like standard and mega damage. Oh yeah, I'm leaving 1 prisoner extra so I don't like get teleported out of the goblin cave for some reason. Okay, yeah, the like hordes of goblins are no problem now because the flag on the left. They always leave 1. What is this? Fiend Folio monsters. AC 8, 1 to 4 hit points. Yeah. That's what I figured. 1 to 4 hit points. Half hit die. It can be, Fuck!
It thinks it can kill us, but we will feed its meat to our spiders.
Alright, I didn't want to go into Bluetooth's treasury. Bluetooth must be killed before you can leave his treasury, okay? Just... You found a key. Key must open the locks in Bluetooth's treasury. Fuck! There's something about this game, by the way, and it's single interaction button. Single interaction button, folks. Along with yeah, okay. Single interaction button along with not very clearly marked exits. Also, did all of the spiders die as a result of Bluetooth dying? Also, the, like, 900 gold just dropped on the ground for no reason. I guess I should go back and release that other prisoner. It seems like they mean for you to do it that way. There's an archer who doesn't just immediately start point blank shooting you. He, like, tried to run away. Fucking Jesus, that spider had as much HP as the boss. Is this a secret side area, or is this like where you go and the exit is past this? Fucking cartoon stars on the spider. Good. What do we got? Get that.
I can't carry another thing.
My inventory is full, so we're gonna drop. Look at this. They start you with cloth boots worth nothing for 3 pounds. What else have I got that's like extremely heavy and not very worthwhile? These shoddy warhammers. This club. These daggers. can go into the spider breeding pit. We're not going to go there yet. We're going to go back and find out what the dark cave is, because I assume the dark cave is like a side area as well. I'm hoping that when we upgrade Sprint, and I'll wait until I can put a bunch of points into Sprint all at once. I would like to see if, okay, you get 500 gold points, 500 experience points. You rescued the innocents taken from the ambush caravan, but where is the caravan master? That's what I figured. Oh, and they just disappear. Their ghostly forms. Oh, this is interesting. Was there a secret door over here that we need to, like, open? Or something? I wonder how you're supposed to get in there. Maybe it's a secret door from the other way around. Oh, I'm a dummy. I just, like, went way out of my way. For no reason. Sprint stops instantly if you're anywhere near any other kind of collision. Like, is there a secret door up here? Did they just design an area of the level that's completely blocked off? For no reason? Okay. Bilbo, hey. Welcome. How was Defender of Boston? A Rock Island mystery. How did that go? Did you get anywhere in it? Did you get any significant progress, or did you wander around the island reading barometric pressures? Clearly, this is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. Perfect, perfect. You may need a magnifying glass over that part of the screen next time to increase your endurance for it. Oh, you kind of understand what the stats do at this point. Interesting. Anything? Or nothing? Did you find out what the difference is between oratory, fast talk, speaking, speech? Hey, Texamosis. What are the other stats? Hey, if you have a PS2 network adapter, you're in luck. That gives you extraordinary abilities in this day and age. Oratory, fast talk, debate, psychology, and listen. Oh, what's this? This is a giant bat. An even more gianter bat. Gargantuan bat. Oh, yeah. Bam. Get owned. You can make the Dark Elf, like, mostly naked. She's the most naked of them. The Dwarf is incredibly not naked, so we're not using the Dwarf anymore. Oop. Don't stand in the poison water. Also, the Dark Elf gets Sprint, which I don't think other characters get. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, I got poisoned and stunned by that mushroom that's like just there. No. Probably after this I'll do either Champions of Norath or Brotherhood of Steel. Bluetooth's Treasury. That's where we're gonna go next. Oops. Yeah, the Forgotten Fallout game. Forgotten with good reason, I've heard. Which, you know, is on brand. Lord of the Rings on PS2. I wonder if that's... Didn't, Pandemic worked on a Lord of the Rings game, right? Was it that one, or was it a different one? Was it like some like weird pseudo RTS thing on 360? Oh, the Caravan Master.
Set free, Joaquin be praised. I am Randala Brasshorn, owner of the ambushed caravan. You have all my gratitude, adventurer.
Accept reward. You gain 1,000 experience points. I do not, Raccoon. I do not have an OG Xbox.
Of course not. I was merely being polite. I'll see you well rewarded upon my return to Baldur's Gate. I am a merchant of no small wealth, among other things. Are you traveling south? Hire on as my bodyguard until we reach the city's walls. I do pay well.
All right, that sounds worth my while. Yes, I'll guard you. Let's go.
A deal, then. Wonderful. I will meet you down the tradeway in Wayfork. We'll travel south to Baldur's Gate from there. Farewell, adventurer.
Farewell. Wayfork Village. Having problems killing skeletons?
Terrible. The marauders are slaughtering everyone. There may be some survivors trying to hold the Wayfork in. I'll remain outside and search for wounded villagers to help.
Okay, merchant. House is empty. The house has been ransacked and the residents are gone. They may have fled to the Wayfork Village Inn down the road. Good secret. It's good that they put that secret in there. Save game. Yes, overwrite. Yes. We have overwritten. You folks are getting owned by goblins. Come on. Okay, they're goblins with like 20-something hit points. They're still goblins. Come on. Rescued a villager. 8 left. If it's possible to like not rescue all the villagers.
My thanks. Thank you. God be praised.
I see damage numbers popping up on the villagers, but then they don't seem to die, so... But that one's dead. There's a dead villager there, but maybe that was placed there already. Oh, come on. And getting stun locked in this is one of the biggest dangers, it seems. Also, it's pretty sparse on the music. I wonder if that's house is empty. This is a release day fat PlayStation 2. We could equip a throwing axe. We can switch on and off of it. Yeah, we did not want to create interiors for these houses. They are empty. This is a release day PlayStation 2. I'm running the game off of an SD card. Which is installed in the hard drive port.
Thank you.
My gratitude.
The axes are infinite. Most of the games that I have will run well off of a network connection rather than off of the hard drive. But the Baldur's Gate games in particular, this engine uses a data streaming method that doesn't play well. Doesn't play well with network access, so I have to run these off of the SD card directly. Come on. I like that one goblin who can block any attack. Infinitely. You've saved all the fleeing villagers, but what about those still trying to hold the Wavefork in? Oh, hell yeah, we leveled up. We can't get more unarmed combat just yet, but we can get combat reflexes. Good. And since we have a full yeah, I like how the villagers just simply disappear. It's a good thing. Since we have is this the inn? No, the house is empty. Since we have no use for equipment, for the most part, like, our inventory is already full and there has been no shop that we can access. So we're just kind of stuck dropping items until after. Probably after we free the inn, we'll get the ability to sell stuff. I don't know. I haven't played the Xbox versions of the games. This game is straight from my disc. I dumped the disc and put it on the hard drive, mainly because this must be the inn, right? Yeah, we can go behind the inn. This is a good place to allow the player to walk. Just behind the inn here, and to put a weapons rack that you literally can't see. Oh, I guess we can do this. We can do this. The weapons rack didn't drop anything, though. That's odd. Empty weapons rack. But yeah, I haven't played the Xbox versions. I don't have an Xbox that I can could run this on.
Dare oppose me? I'll wash this inn's walls with your blood.
You dare oppose me. Me and my goblin buddies. Harnack the Butcher. Oh, he's going to attack the... I got his attention, so he's not butchering the other guys. He, like, caused a status effect on that one villager. Block. Where's that villager going? Hey. We got Kiara. We can talk to Kiara.
Well met again, adventurer.
Tell me about these Red Fang marauders that I just killed all of.
Well met again. Rescuing damsels and saving villages. Careful, or you'll give adventurers a good name outside of Cormyr. I'll have to spread word of your successes to my friends in Baldur's Gate.
Excellent. If any of these friends are of influence, things will be easier for me there.
So, shall we go? Baldur's Gate awaits us.
Not yet. I'll return shortly. Farewell. I like it you can skip whatever quest this is with the innkeeper.
Like a righteous comet from the sky you are. Had you not come now, I dread to think what could have happened. Liren is my name, the innkeeper. I thank you with all my heart.
I'm certain you mean to thank me with more than your heart.
Yes, of course.
Well, good. Enjoy it. That's based on TDC. So, if you need to like sort, search, or order anything, it's pretty good for that.
Here, please take these few small things as a matter of reward. It's the least we can do, seeing as you saved the village and all.
That seems acceptable. Farewell, innkeeper. You can just skip that reward by talking to Redendala first.
Well met again, adventurer.
Yes, let's go. Off we go. Chapter 1. It's just a normal Forgotten Realms bar.
Lord, the interrogation of the prisoners is complete. They know little.
Nonetheless, I would hear it.
They said Eldrith used the Onyx Tower to make shadow gates, which allowed her to move troops around the Western Heartlands. They claimed that when they slew her, the tower crumbled.
Yes, Khan's current employers, the Zentarum, seek to restore the tower and the power it holds for themselves. They use those three fools to wrest it from Eldrith's hands. However, the tower would better serve me and my allies in the East. I must have it.
Yes, my lord, but Khan, the prisoners claimed they killed him in Xantam's guild.
No, not Khan. He's well known to be exceedingly difficult to kill. Khan must have feigned his death, just as he was never truly working for Xantam. It's more likely that the Zentarum paid him to eliminate
I see. And the guests, shall I kill them?
No, no, my good Zanhast. Leave them be. I'll amuse myself with them later.
Yes, skull, belt, and apron.
At last, Baldur's Gate. Your reward as promised. May the coin serve you as well as you served me, adventurer. So, what will you do now?
And now I will accept reward. 1,000 gold coins and 1,000 experience.
Well, I have some matters to tend to, informing the relatives of the slain guards, the recovery of the caravan's goods, that sort of thing. But should you require my help or are looking for work, please find me at the Purple Worm Inn. I have associates that could use an adventurer of your formidable skills. Farewell, for now.
Okay. Now we're in Baldur's Gate. What a way to walk through the streets. Yeah, the bare-chested necromancer is good. It was my second choice, but I think the Dark Elf is better because she can sprint.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
The Church of Helm.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Warehouse.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
See, here's the thing.
I can't do that here.
Nobody
Can't do that here.
Nobody on the street has any problem with a dark elf wandering around in this pose.
I can't do that here.
Saying I can't do that here.
I can't do that.
Gonna enter the sewers right away.
Do that here.
It's interesting that Baldur's Gate,
Can't do that here.
Amduil's Manor. I wonder if the merchants are in the tavern
I can't do
again.
that here.
I thought I remembered them being in a different
can't do
shop,
that
but
here.
I could be wrong. Just hanging out. Everybody hanging out, staring at you. I mean, I'm not surprised. Are any of you a merchant? Dr. Lulua. Dr. Rendala Brasshorn. Where'd that dwarf go? Dwarf, where are you? Hey, we need a guy to stand in front of this ladder at all times. Here's the dwarf. Talk to Durbum.
Away with you. Didn't your mother ever teach you never to bother a dwarf in his cups?
My mother never spoke of your kind, dwarf. I'll buy you another drink if it will soothe your mood.
Ha! That's different then. My thanks for the ale. What do you want?
Hear any rumors of note lately?
Yes. It so happens I have the vault key for a treasure chamber in the halls of the Hammer. Could be of some use if you're ever there.
Okay, tell me more. The halls of the Hammer.
So I said, an abandoned dwarf hold far to the north of here, across the high moor.
An abandoned dwarf hole. I'll give you 3,000 gold coins.
Ha! Not likely. A sum like that'd hardly buy me boots.
I'll give you 3,000 gold coins.
Ha! Not like...
Okay. He's having none of it. Dr. Ulua.
So you escaped. Good. I heard conflicting reports of your death, sister.
Half, sister.
Does it matter? I'm the only living family you have left. That coalition of petty noble houses butchered the rest of the Uosur line. Don't be foolish, Vedra, and let semantics ruin our friendship.
What kind of accent do you suppose that is? I still don't understand. How, precisely, did this come to pass?
Our father was right when he said none of those lesser houses could stand against us, even together. But then, They purchased the favor of the Dark Ravens.
What? The Blood Ravens? But they've abstained from political intrigue for generations.
You are mistaken. Thinking of the monks of the Black Raven. The Dark Ravens are a splinter sect of that esoteric order. Assassins for hire of the most lethal caliber. Loath knows what sort of twisted deals were made in order to buy their blades.
I mean to return. I will have my revenge.
Yes, sister. I know. Just as you've told me before. I've already begun preparations. A network of allies. It is merely a matter of time and coin.
Here is 2,000 gold. Use it wisely.
I will, sister, I will. Rest assured that when you are ready to take your place at the head of the Uoswir household, you will not stand alone.
Don't make me regret my trusting you. Farewell. Vidra's gold is used to find a hidden base of operations for House Uoswir. One step closer to her ultimate goal, Vidra can better focus on the task at hand. You gain 2,000 experience points. One of the great things in this game is you can use gold. You can use gold to buy experience. This doesn't cause any problems at all with game balance, considering that you can duplicate items by saving your character and loading them on the second player slot. So can't talk to the innkeeper just yet. Let's talk to Kiara.
Well met again, adventurer. Many are grateful for your help, I'm certain. I've heard little. Only that adventurers are hard up for work in the city. So many came to fight Eldrith, but she's already been vanquished.
Tell me what happened.
What happened? There was Eldrith and the Dark Alliance she was gathering to destroy this city. But that's why you came to Baldur's Gate, isn't it? To defeat her?
Yes, go on.
Well, it's been done. 3 adventurers journeyed into the wild, found Eldrith's Black Tower, and slew her. The tower crumbled, vanished, and the 3 heroes with it. That's all I know.
I don't remember it being 3 adventurers. I remember it being a solo nude dwarf.
I met them once, when they came into the Elf Song Tavern. An archer, a warrior, a shield dwarf, I think, and a moon elf sorceress.
No, wrong. It was one nude dwarf. Yeah.
I came into the city with a caravan from Xantam's thieves robbed it, but the adventurers helped recover everything. They also killed all the thieves, even Xantam himself. But then the Hands of Glory came.
Okay, here we go. This is the interstitial stuff.
A society of assassins who've risen to power in the city's criminal underworld. Xantam destroyed the old Thieves Guild, adventurers destroyed Xantam's, and now it's the Hands of Glory. The worst of the lot so far.
Farewell.
Ha! I thought you might seek me out. Come have a seat, and we shall drink and sing the day away.
I do not sing. However, you spoke of associates that could use my skills.
I've 2 troubling tales to tell. Firstly, there's been a series of kidnappings. Some victims number among the city's wealthy elite. Death lies in their future should ransom or rescue not be made.
That 2 troubling tales to tell reminds me of, Not of note shall befall you if none know your name, from, Bladestorm, the 100 Years' War.
There has also been a rash of mysterious, grisly murders. There have been some leads, but little progress, and more mutilated corpses turn up each night. So, still interested? You'll be well paid for your efforts, of course.
Right. I don't know if this is a, A or B situation. Let's do the kidnappings first.
The Hands of Glory, a band of vicious criminals, are responsible. The ransom demands are ridiculous, far beyond the means of even the wealthiest victims' families. Some think it all merely a sadistic excuse to send back severed body parts.
Tell me more.
The city guard knows a frontal attack could result in the murder of the hostages. Many families think a small group would have the best chance of success. This is you.
Okay.
My, less savory friends have informed me of where the victims are held. A Hands of Glory lair hidden beneath an old warehouse in southwest Baldur's Gate.
Tell me about the Hands of Glory.
The Hands? They're the new Thieves Guild in Baldur's Gate, a band of assassins that took advantage of the power vacuum created when the last guild was destroyed. Murderous scum, all of them. No one knows who leads them.
I'll return when I've succeeded. Farewell. I talk to you.
Ah, you return.
Okay. So once you start a quest, you cannot continue. I need to find someone to sell stuff to before I go anywhere else. Talk to Priest of Helm.
Greetings. I am Huros, Priest of Helm. How might I assist you?
Heard any rumors of note lately?
Alas, I have not. May Helm watch over you.
Farewell. The Clothmakers Guild, an important place in any city. You leave. Is there seriously no way to fucking... There's nowhere to sell items. There are no shops. Enter world map. Okay. World map doesn't take us anywhere. Oh, who's this? Captain of the city guard.
Greetings, adventurer. I am Solus Dunkirk, captain of the guard.
Dunsurs. Heard any rumors of note lately?
If you're looking for rumors, try a tavern. The Purple Worm is nearby and good enough. I may have work for you, though. Hazardous, but paying work just the same.
Go on.
A trio of adventurers recently tore through the city's sewers, slaughtering monsters and unsealing portals. Now the sewers are crawling with all manner of carrion beasts. Beasts I want dead. The city pays well. Are you up for the task?
Yes, I'll return when they're all dead. Like, unless some of these places you have to find the entrance once first before it lets you go in. But there's the warehouse there that's open anyway. Right? Who's this? The trader. Oh, here we go.
Welcome, friend. If you're looking for a good blade or say, I know you. You're the adventurer that helped Randella Brasshorn back on the tradeway, yes?
Perhaps. What of it, merchant?
Oh, it's an honor to meet you then. Randella spoke highly of you, and her words like gold. I'm Bartley, a merchant, and my shop boasts many fine deals.
Your shop? You're standing on a street corner with nothing, dude.
I've also hired on Goodly Durbum, a skilled dwarven artisan. So, if you're looking to have equipment custom-made or broken down, my workshop will serve you well.
Okay, good. What does your store have to offer?
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
I'm looking to sell everything. Except that one throwing axe. And I guess those leather gloves. And a padded helmet. Oh, we got a leather helmet.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Sell all these rejuvenation potions that we're not going to need. Shoddy rings and amulets. What can we buy? What is the best weapon available at this point in the game? A fine short sword of corruption. Fine battle axe of mighty cleaving. Which we can't use, apparently. Light mace of disruption. Fine fey dagger. I don't know what that does.
As well as imports from Waterdeep and on.
fine studded leather and leather armor we're not going to use. Studded leather helmet, studded leather gloves, and studded leather boots. We could use those.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything.
Ring of Battle and Keen Amulet. Let's see. I don't know what this does. It doesn't tell you. Oh, 10% ignore knockback. +1 wisdom. We don't need either of those things. We can get components here. We're unlikely to use.
Frequently. So if you
There we go. Studded leather all the way around.
welcome. Say, a little bird told me you aim to take it's simple and affordable, my friend. If you gather any magical components, magical gems, and the like, you can have them crafted into whatever equipment you need. Or, if you have magical equipment that you'd like broken down for the raw components, and perhaps even reforged into something else, we can do that for a small fee as well.
Okay, good.
If you need
Let me sell you this armor I don't need.
Someone else's, you've
Buy.
come to the right place.
Let's buy a whole bunch of lesser healing potions. We'll buy a recall potion. And a bunch of lesser healing potions. The dwarves aren't nude. The dwarves are the opposite of nude. Which is why we're playing as the elf now. She also has like an incredible run cycle that we're using. Welcome, BMF. Welcome.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Need to turn the music down. It's drowning out the voices. The captain of the guard asked us to clear out the sewers, which are full of beetles now. We have to kill all the beetles. Hell yeah, level up. We have 5 points. It costs 6 to upgrade unarmed combat, which we will want to do. Yeah, stunning blow is a move that we're gonna want deflect missiles eventually, but we're not gonna do any of that. I'm not gonna do any of that yet. We're gonna save our points for the next level. $100 monsters remaining. There are many monsters in the sewers, folks. Many monsters. They have become totally infested. Can't open that. Must be a switch somewhere that opens that. Hey, Cuba. Good luck with your takeout. Hopefully it is enjoyable. Oh man, these rats. Somewhere between 9 and 23 hit points for a regular rat. Regular giant rat. Oh, fine studded leather gloves. Fine studded leather. 90 monsters remain. I wonder if they gave the Dark Elf a level penalty, like they do in Neverwinter Nights 2. Or if you play as a Dark Elf, it's like, oh, you have a +2 level penalty, so you level up super slowly, and it's like not really worth it. Remember correctly, 3rd edition actually, like, generally made humans even better for mid and like up to like mid-late game. Because of the way like multi-classing worked. Unless you're playing like a single class character, in which case, like, there were a few situations where other classes or other races were better. Like half orc was like way better than anyone else at being fighter or barbarian, because they got a huge strength bonus. And you'd just, of course, pump everything into one stat. Was I think the good way to do it. This is such a good game. This game's just a lot of fun to play. A lot of fun. $70 monsters. 30%. 30% of the way there. Whoa, what's that? It looks like some weird dinosaur. Oh, is that an Audiog? Down there in the water? We're gonna be more generous with potions now. Hell yeah, poop monster. You suppose that's a regular Audiog or a Neo Audiog? I got him. Whatever he is. Do you have snakes for arms? I don't remember Audiogs having snakes for arms. He was guarding a chest. Which is weird because I didn't think Audiogs were that intelligent. That they could even be used as a guard beast. Except if you stored your valuables in, like, a pile of poop. Snakes Armstrong. I remember that toy as a child. They recalled it, I think, after some safety concerns. Mainly that the snakes would bite children and poison them.
Once upon a time, a blue-eyed boy from the Old West learned one of life's cruelest lessons, that evil was bigger than his gun. So he followed the footsteps of a mysterious master to the Far East, where he learned the secrets of the sword and came back home with the heart of a gunman and the soul of a samurai.
Nylon Intruder, thank you for the gift sub to Kraid. Kraid, enjoy your marvelous subscriber benefits. Or, emotes. You can vote on all of the subscriber polls that I hold. Access to the secret fan club. Yes, thank you, Nylon Intruder. I appreciate the support. Oh, they do that thing again. Where they shotgun slime balls at you and it just does like 80 million damage at point blank range. Because that's how slimes work in Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, also it can't be blocked. Badly rendered Audiog is a good like Dungeons and Dragons parody rock band. How many slimes they've used here. What a good encounter design. That goblin cave let you know exactly what you were going to be in for later in the game. Look at that. Look at that. What a good encounter design. What a good encounter design. Alright, we're going to have to redo a bunch of the sewer. Because I forgot they have really stupid encounter designs in this. Oh, man. Okay, we get to fight the Audiog again. That's a reward in itself. I do like that your attacks make you advance on the enemies, so you can't like easily hold a doorway. Hey, Omega Mega Man, welcome. Nude Dwarf Game 2, Nude Elf. Nude Elf game. Yeah, unfortunately the dwarf in this game like, is fully clothed even when wearing no armor or clothing. They've drawn him fully clothed the whole time. Just an unfortunate state of affairs. Right, get that bug out here. 60 monsters remaining. More bugs completely underwater. The beetle's favorite habitat is being completely submerged. I like that the stun stops them in the middle of whatever animation they're doing, but doesn't actually interrupt them. It just pauses whatever animation they had going on, so they'll continue their attack where they left off. But enemy hit stun, when you get hit stunned by enemies, it completely interrupts everything you're doing. This game has some major problems with its design as compared to the first one. The first one is a largely superior game so far. Yeah, here we'll get to see one of the big problems with this game, which is we have these slime monsters. We're going to use ranged attacks on the slime monsters. Mainly because they use these shotgun attacks that at close range cause like almost all of your health and damage. And they'll just happily use them every few frames. At range, the shotgun stuff doesn't hit you nearly as hard because not all of the shotgun blobs hit you. So the game does force you to use ranged weapons from time to time, but it gives you infinite ammo, so that's a little less worse. The first game had limited ammo for ranged weapons, but they were never necessary. Yeah, laser sights on your thrown axes.
My God, that's fantastic.
Stinky Wizzleteats, thank you for the host. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. I'm having a good Saturday. Yeah, we had to go with the elf in this game because she's far more nude than the dwarf was. The dwarf in this game just isn't nude most of the time. Depending on how stupid the encounters in this game tend to go, we might end up doing something special for this game, which is we might use one of the best glitches in this game, which is if you load a character, you load a game on player 2, player 2 join a game, give them a bunch of equipment, save player 2, and then reset the game and load player 1 again. You end up with duplicates of all of the stuff you gave them. You can then sell all of their equipment and buy more expensive equipment. And get infinite gold, basically. Which, having infinite gold allows you to buy infinite gems, which makes you able to make infinite magic items. It's also worth noting that while you have this laser beam thing up, you're constantly blocking. You count as blocking for ranged attacks. You take less damage. And because you can make effectively infinite money from selling duplicated items, you can give money to one of the characters in the game, and the more money you give them, they just convert money into experience. So you can level up your character to maximum level the first time you get to Baldur's Gate. I remember doing that when I played this game originally, and I found it quite funny. It's probably why I don't remember any of these encounters being such a pain in the ass. That slime has barricaded itself in the corner, which slimes are known to do because they are intelligent. My accuracy is not very good. It has barricaded itself in the corner. Slime's Fortress. Imagine if there was a version of Dark Souls, or a mod for Dark Souls, that replaced all of the enemies with the various slimes, funguses, oozes, and other amorphous creatures from Dungeons & Dragons. Oh, these boxes aren't breakable. They're just physics objects. They're just toys. Whoop. "30 monsters remain." I'm missing stuff because I have the camera tilted wrong. You think there's a big boss monster at the end of the sewer who's like, "I told all my monsters to infest the sewers. You're ruining my plan of having monsters in the sewers." Got him. Someone has their, office set up down here. Cutting deals with the rats. Teaching the rats to barter for cheese. That's something that I always found kind of strange about fantasy sewers is they have these rooms set up that are designed to be offices and storehouses and other types of rooms, and they never have any sewage in them. You know? They're just like an underground business park. Yeah, they're incredibly clean. There's no sewage. They are just, there's an underground business park in Kansas City. I don't know if you're bullshitting me, Mortis. I have absolutely no concept of if that's bullshit or not. More slimes. Maybe that's why, maybe the reason there's so much green slime down here is does like green slime dissolve stuff? Maybe that's their whole idea, was they're like, we're going to get this monster who's basically sentient acid, or semi-sentient acid, and we're going to fill the tunnels underneath the city with it so that when you poop, it just dissolves it. Do you suppose, like, because they don't have the technology for running water, like, once every week or so, they have some cleric, some poor fucking unlucky cleric, has to go cast Create Water a bunch of times into a toilet, into a big pipe? Hey, well, sorry, Brother Bill. You're gonna have to go clean the sewer. Go prepare your Create Water spells. Here's the like Ring of Divine Favor or whatever that allows you to memorize more level 1 spells for cleaning out the sewer. Alright, I just realized I'm back at the entrance. And I haven't killed all the monsters. Wait, did I? What's that? Oh, open door. Now, if I didn't kill all the monsters, where are the last couple of monsters hiding? I mean, this whole place is a poop hole. That doesn't narrow it down. It doesn't narrow down the poop hole. Ah, must be this little side area over here. Let's save the game real quick here. We also need to save up money to get the special key that the dwarf is holding in the inn. Here we go. You completed a quest. You have slain all the monsters and carrion beasts in the sewers beneath Baldur's Gate. You return to Solace for a reward. And he's like, haha, dumbass. Here's a bar of soap. You stink. Is this the exit? Where did I come into this place? Oh, it's up here.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Ah, welcome. Say, a little bird told me you aim to take off. If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Remarkable ring. Sold. Remarkable. Captain Solace. Here we go.
Greetings again, adventurer. One of my men told me you killed every last monster down there. Well done. Here's your reward.
Accept reward. 1,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience. A slow, unskippable zoom out.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
So we're gonna get Constitution. Yeah, I love her run cycle. A good way to run around town. We need to go to the warehouse. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. Hold on, let me save. Hold on, let me save it. Fuck. You gotta be careful near entrances if you want to pick up items. Like that fine padded helmet. What? How? That's strange. Why is my phone going nuts? Ah. I'm getting money, that's why. There we go, that's good though. You know, I swore that they said that the thing was in the warehouse. Am I missing something here? Am I supposed to, like, go through a trap door? Like, reset my quest?
I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Let's go back and talk to the... Or, hold on, we've got a thing. We've got a thing that tells us our quest. Rescue the kidnapping victims. From the Hands of Glory warehouse hideout for Randala. Okay. Okay. Do you think maybe... Oh, hold on. Maybe it's not that warehouse. Maybe it's a different warehouse. No, it's not outside the city. Just check real quick up here. That goes to the sewers. It's like somebody or other's mansion. Right? Amduil's Manor. All the alleys are blocked off, so you have to run around this corner.
I can't do that here.
And you can't sprint in town. And then up here just goes to the world map again, right? Bloodmire Manor. That's not the place we want to go either. It's kind of weird to me. Did I mention this before? It's weird how the geography of Baldur's Gate, the layout of the city changes literally every time it's presented. It's got to be this warehouse. But what am I doing wrong? You're not allowed to be here. It's D&D's Castlevania. It's different every time. This is kind of fucked up. Did it, like, not trigger a flag because I did the sewer quest in the wrong order or something? There isn't, like, a secret way in? Hold on. I better look this up. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 Warehouse. Yeah.
Perhaps I should sit and meditate.
No. 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 Jump on the crates. What? Oh, there's a jump button. Who knew the game had a jump button? I guess that's how you get into the other area. Right? Yeah. The other area that, like, you like obviously don't need to go to. Subtropolis. Man, what a weird thing. Thank you, Mortis. Thank you, Mortis, for showing me Subtropolis, the underground business park in Kansas City. Oh, there's no jumping attacks, though. Do you think jumping was like a big thing that they had to put in? Since the first game, they were like, guys, jumping is really important. Was there jumping in the first game?
I can't move it.
There's guards. Subtropolis is guarded because it's full of monsters. You have to get asked by the city watch before they'll let you down there. You're not high enough level to do that quest.
for me.
I got a crowbar, a heavy iron bar with the ends pounded flat, typically used to open crates, boxes, or anything else that needs opening. Oh, look, dogs. Punched the brain out of that dog. My guess as to what that giant meatball that flies out of the enemies is. It's always their brain. Crowbars and Dobermans. Imagine if they made a, like, a game with this engine that was just like, imagine if they made a game with this engine that was just like contemporary fiction. Like, I don't know, you could do a spy game or something if you needed something extra for plot devices. Like, you're a spy and you run around, like, beating people up. Or you're a special agent or you're a military man or something. Any one of those plot types would do fine. You just run around and beat people up using this engine. But you get, like, a crowbar and a pistol and, like, yeah, you have a pistol with a laser sight on it. And, like, one of the areas, there's a bunch of guys who've surrounded an entrance with boxes, and they all shoot you with their pistols at once when you enter. And instead of healing potions, you have medical kits. And you have to jump 12 feet in the air to get over a huge box. Interesting, a World War II game. Oh man, you know what's an interesting World War II game that I haven't seen streamed is it called Silent Storm? It's like World War II XCOM. And, like, nobody ever talks about it for some reason. Man, the fucking hit stun in this game is absurd. Combat Elite, World War II Paratroopers. It's on PS2 as well. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. The Rocketeer. Oh, man. The Rocketeer for DOS. Super janky. Combat Elite is super janky. Man, what'll I do if I play a super janky game? I've never had that experience before. World War II Koopa Troopas. Yeah, there's, you know, if a game does something kind of unique and interesting, it's like, you know, oh, so it's like Dark Souls, an earlier version of Dark Souls. I wonder if... Hey. You found a key. This small gold key appears important. Eat shit, fire knives. Wait, wrong game. Wrong game. The fire knives don't exist in this one. Oh, enter Hands of Glory hideout. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, no. Come on. Oh, I can't get it to accelerate like it was doing a second ago. I like had this thing twirling really well. Yes! Good. Can I jump out of the level boundaries? No. Just through the door. Just over the doorway. Good. Good. I don't know what just reminded me of this, but it probably my Chubo like good exclamation. But I was reminded of the like cheat prompts on games. I was reminded of the cheat prompts in games, and my favorite one, which I discovered recently, is the cheat prompt in Commodore 64 Airwolf, in which it asks, "Are you invincible?" Not like, "Do you want to cheat? Would you like to be invincible?" No, no, no. "Are you invincible?" It asks. Remarkable padded gloves. Wonderful. Wonderful. Rain, yeah. There's no roof in here. Let's take this opportunity, since we had to run all the way back for 9 gold and a padded helmet. Let's take this opportunity to go sell some of our crap.
I can't do that here. 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 I can't do
Oh, that was a
here.
crowbar door?
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
You know, that's fine if they've all respawned. It's just more experience.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Okay, the shoddy crossbow is better than the throwing axe. A fine staff. I'm not going to use ever. Oh, fine studded leather gloves. We can modify those. You need at least 1 rune stone to upgrade any item. Okay, let's buy a rune stone. Let's see how this works. We'll buy a rune stone. +1. We don't have any gems. We can put gems in. Let's try. Let's try. What do we want to do? We'll buy a ruby. Buy a ruby. Of wounding? What does that do? R1, info. Target bleeds 1 damage per second for 1 second, unarmed. Okay, we don't want to do that just yet. What if we sell some stuff? We can sell, we can sell 2 more of those. We can buy a, moonstone. Now what if we take our gloves and we add the runestone, the ruby, and the moonstone? Sturges leather gloves. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices
what good.
I've been
What a good
supplying
item we've made here.
for over a decade.
Make. Oh, you need 4,000 gold to pay for the upgrade in addition to the components. Can we get 4,000 gold from what we have right now? I don't think we can. 10, 350. No, we can't. We can't do that. But you know what we can do? You know what we can do? You know what we can do is I might need to go track down another DualShock controller for this. Hold on. Save the game. Save game. Save it here. Yeah. I have not played Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, but I plan to, Kraid, eventually. Now what do I do here? Change players. Back. Controller required. We need a controller. Hold on now. I'll be right back.
This waiting serves no purpose.
Don't know where my other DualShock controller has gone. Let's see if a regular controller will work. Since I don't think we'll need to access the yeah, it doesn't recognize it as a controller. Damn. Well, I won't be able to do that just yet then until I seek out my other DualShock controller. I'm pretty sure it's in my garage. That's okay though. We'll deal with that later. But yeah, one of the things that you want to do in this game is
I can't do that here.
you wanna duplicate items and sell stuff so that you have effectively unlimited money, because the trickle of money that it gives you is like not quite enough to actually do anything with. By limiting the stuff that we're going to be using and buying, though, we'll be in slightly better shape than most. But they like double charge you. They charge you for buying the components, and then they charge you a second time for assembling the items. I think they might even charge you for, like, disassembling items to get components. But what we want to do, what we really want to do is we want to get a few items. We want to get a good set of gloves that'll increase our unarmed damage and the effects of unarmed attacks. That Sturge effect is really good. Combat reflexes makes you hit faster. Quite good. But hopefully we'll get enough gold and treasure after this adventure to make it worthwhile. Just standing in the hallway, flexing and posing. Fucking wrestling entrance here. Hey, Kyo, how's it going? How's it going? How's your internet doing, Kyo? I heard you were having some trouble with service conking out. Oh, there's a fireball machine there.
My God, that's fantastic.
Akun, thank you for the host. What? Fireball machine, stop it. Oh, good, good. I hope everything's back to optimal. I don't trust those suits of armor. Oh. Oh, I got killed by the, like, huge set of, ranged enemies. A huge set of ranged enemies that can all hit you at once. Recover the password for your oldest account you can use for stress testing. That's good. That's good. Well, I hope you're able to get it resolved. Always sucks when the internet goes out. Welcome back, Cuba. Hello, Felly. Welcome. To see these guys do their WWE entrance again. Do this area again. Oh, these are breakable. I have like a million healing potions, but they're the shitty ones, so they don't like restore much at a time. Oops. And that fucking, the hit stun in this game, when a dude hits you, is kind of ridiculous. And the enemies do not have hit stun. Yeah, internet problems suck. I'm super glad that I've been, fingers crossed, I haven't had many many internet problems here at this new place. The first punch of Unarmed is not as quick as the first punch of Unarmed was in the first game. ISP problems have become kind of common the last few weeks, especially because there's like more people using stuff, so the infrastructure is just under more and more strain. Yeah, it depends a lot on the infrastructure of whatever area. Oh, nice. Good, Kyo. I'm glad. When you have an unexpected good night, even with even if you have internet troubles, if it's still a good night, you know, you can come away from it and you feel good about everything. Damn it. Stop it. Okay, good. That's fine. Good.
I can't move it.
Door is locked and our crowbar will do nothing. Find a key ring. A ring of black iron keys was on an assassin's belt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rescued a hostage and she exploded into treasure. Fine padded boots, which we won't use. However, we might be able to enchant them to make something interesting. We shall see later. Gotta jump to pick up that floating hand axe. It's funny, you know, the elf, the dark elf, like, she remains mostly nude even if you equip her with armor. So we might use armor later on because it doesn't affect your nudity level. Well, someone was saying, like, when you equip stuff, when you... Yeah, there's like a brief nude state in between the equipment states where she's just wearing, like, the thong. It's on PS2, so presumably there aren't any mods. It wouldn't have been possible to make a new disc for this at the time. And to my knowledge, these games never came out on... Right, this is the shitty area. Should go save it before we go in there. Yeah, these games never came out on PC. Mods on Xbox. I suppose that's possible. There were ways to, like, Mortis. You're very good at getting a chuckle out of me. You do a bit. We definitely need to get deflect missiles eventually. Release the dogs! The dogs don't give a shit. They're just kind of wandering around now. The dogs seem uninterested. Release the dogs, it's time for walksies! Hello, crack-smoking warlock. This is Nude Dwarf Game 2, Nude Elf Game. Because the dwarf in this game is never nude. Remarkable light mace. Interesting. These are the dog's rooms. Weapon rack. Grand staff. It's funny. A lot of people have been curious about that. It is Dark Alliance 2. Dark Alliance 2. Are there elves in EverQuest? I kind of forget. I forget if there's elves in EverQuest. I was getting that confused with. I'm getting the elves confused with the erudites. The erudites from EverQuest. This is where the assassins keep their attack-trained bats, who know specifically to attack enemies. You find a key ring. A ring of black iron keys was on an assassin's belt. Fine throwing axe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You freed the hostages in this area, but they say there is one more in Argesh's hold. You're given a key stolen from one of the captors. You gain 1,000 experience points. We're very close to leveling up. Leveling up is going to be very good for us once that happens. We should. Once we get that level up. Yeah, there we go. Now we should be able to increase our melee damage. Only one short of getting combat reflexes up. There we go. We currently do 10 to 20 damage, and we have a chance to stun. I wonder if the chance to stun increases. With further levels. God, this fucking... Oh, this is just a... Yeah, Argesh the Gouger's stronghold. Ooh, we got a ring that we can enchant as well. Perhaps we can make a better ring than we would have made gloves. We'll see, though. We'll see. This game is, I don't know, it's pretty good. I think it's pretty nice. I liked the first one. Pretty good pacing. A lot of fun to punch a guy. Or sword punch, as in the case of the first game. I missed an area back here. But, you know, some people might like more action games. They might like a deeper strategy element. This kind of hits a nice balance to me of, nice balance of like easy fun and okay, I went down there, I went there. Did I get all the stuff? That was the dog room. Recall potions are still too expensive to consider using. Kingsfield is a very good game. Kingsfield is pretty good. Kingsfield's a little weird, though. Like, first time I played Kingsfield, I thought it was pretty awful. I only came around to liking it much, much later. I think part of what turned me off to Kingsfield was the fact that, like, from a technical perspective, it was a huge step back compared to, compared to other games that were out around the same time on, like, PC and stuff. But it did strike a nice balance, I think, is what brought me back to it. Brought me round. Yeah, if you say Kingsfield 3 times, Tobor will appear.
I can't do that here. 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 I can't do that here.
Welcome back, friend.
Cataclysm, dark days ahead. I don't know if I know that. You say monsters 3 times, nothing will happen.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Fine leather gloves. We're not going to use those. Remarkable. Grand staff. All right, we're going to use a fine throwing axe,
no
though.
other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
We've got a ring and a fine ring. We'll see if we can enchant the fine ring and what kind of enchantments we can put on it. Workshop.
I receive new
+1 ring of protection. Fine ring of blood. Great fortitude.
Check back from time to time.
1 sprint. 1 sprint and great fortitude. Okay. Fine Sturge's ring. Not very useful. Fine throwing axe. +1 fine throwing axe. +1 combat reflexes. +1 damage per second.
Everything you need, right here.
Do we want... If we did just that, it would only cost 1,000. But if we did that, we'd get the, like, damage over time. How much damage over time is that? Target bleeds 1 damage per second for 1 second unarmed. That's not worth it. That's not worth it at all. We would just want this. Make that. Yes. Yeah, there we go. Fine studded leather gloves of speed. Yeah, there we go. Now, if we get other fine items, we might be able to put of speed on them as well. Summon Chubo. You say monsters 3 times really fast. You say monsters 3 times. Macaw will cheat at a game. That's what that does. Ancient Domains of Mysteries. Is Ancient Domains of Mystery the one where you can, like, corrupt yourself and gain, like, really good mutations? Like, you get wings and super speed. But then if you corrupt yourself too much, you die. Just burn a dollar bill in a dark room looking at a mirror. All right, here we go. We're gonna go track down the boss. This way. We're almost out of running juice. So I like to move about is... Would you like to cheat? Yes. Hopefully, for the entire game, sprinting is the only thing I'll use the blue stuff for. Yeah, this huge warehouse. This huge warehouse in the middle of a city with a giant, like, underground complex. Bandit church, yeah. Argesh, the Gouger.
You stinking wretch. What were you doing? You were to guard the hostages and not harm them in any way. Was I unclear in my instructions, or perhaps you were purposely trying to anger me? Perhaps I should send you to Mistress Louis. What do you think of that? Hacked up for spare parts, yes? It sickens me to think that any part of your kind might have been used in my making. You're in charge now. Lead the hostages back to your main camp. You Red Fangs can guard the miserable lot for a time. My spies have told me that there may be an attack on the Hands of Glory in an attempt to rescue them. Someone's here. Men, spread out and kill everyone you find.
Yeah, Argesh the Gouger is like a goblin Frankenstein. He can turn instantly. That's his special power. Oh, they have a crossbow. He was hiding behind a box. Yeah, it works well with the cape physics. What is going on with him? He's something very strange.
Followed. What could they want from me?
Spouter, thank you for the follow. Argesh the Gouger is a little confused. Oh, he can stun you. Map and key. Searching Argesh's disfigured body. You find a map, the Red Fang's secret base, and a small iron key. He dropped a bunch of, He dropped a bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense for him to be carrying. I return to Baldur's Gate.
Gods be praised.
Successfully freed all the hostages in the Hands of Glory hideout. You should return to Randala to report. You gain 250 experience points. Fine longsword. Remarkable light mace. Talk to Randala Brassworm.
Word of your success traveled quickly, friend. Here, the families of the freed send their warmest regards, along with this. Enjoy your reward. But who was this Argesh, their master?
4,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. I feel like I should have gotten 4,000 experience points if I got 4,000 gold. He was more a monster than a man. I don't know who Argesh served, but the Hands of Glory are finished in Baldur's Gate.
I see.
You spoke of a rash of grisly murders earlier.
The citizenry is on edge. The bodies are often left so mutilated that they're unrecognizable. Some witnesses claim to have seen misshapen and contorted figures leaving murder sites. And similar sightings have been reported around Bloodmire Manor. Perhaps you should start your search there. It's on the northeastern side of Baldur's Gate.
Bloodmire Manor? That sounds like a perfectly normal place to have in a city.
It is the home of Luvia Bloodmire, sole heiress to a vast fortune. Many have sent sons there in hopes of marrying Bloodmire Gold, but she turns them all away. She's an eccentric woman, morose, and, it's said, macabre.
I'll return when I find something. Farewell. Can I offer the dwarf 5,000 gold?
Yes. Yes. It so happens I have the vault key for a treasure
Maybe 4,000
chamber in
gold.
the hall. Well, now, that seems a fair sum.
Got the key. Got the key to Dwarven something or other. No, there's no alignment. There's no alignment in this game. You start out as whoever.
Welcome back, friend. I'm told you made short work of the Hands of Glory. Amazing. At last, the Hands of Glory are gone. Praise
Sell
you,
off that
walking
shoddy
ghost.
ring. shoddy sales skill gloves. I feel like we need a rune stone. They're not there. They're here. I feel like we want a rune stone and a moonstone.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What do you...
Ha! Ha ha! Alright. Oh, I should save it. I should save it before I go to Bloodmire Manor.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Save the game. Hands of Glory. Now, I'm gonna take a brief break. Let's pause the timer. Hopefully, I'll remember to resume that when I get back. Yeah, I'm gonna take a brief break. I'm gonna go see if I can find that that other DualShock controller as well, if it's somewhere handy. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me throw some music on. There we go. That's a good be right back screen. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I'm back. Now let's see. We just saved it, right? We just saved it. So let's try this. I found the controller. This controller hasn't been used in like 10 years, maybe. Let's see if it still works. Keep the good music going while we test this. Now, what we want to do is we want to change players. Okay, here we go. Available. So we want to choose new. Because we can't, because the Dark Elf is in use. We'll see. We'll use Yisurin. Yeah, accept. Now it reloads. I gotta remember how to do this. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, Reg. I had 10 elements. Wow, welcome to Nude Dwarf 2. Now we need to see if we can, if we drop this ruby, for example, there should be a ruby on the ground. Player 2, pick up the ruby. And player 2, save game. Player 2, save game. Create new game. Your game has been saved. Load game. Slot 1. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. Hold on. Hold on, that's not what we want. We want to load game. This one. There we go. Now we want to do change players. Import. Import this one. Import Ysurin. Accept. Now, depending on if I did this correctly, we still have the ruby to drop. So we drop the ruby. Ysurin picks up the ruby, saves the game. In the later of the two slots. You know, I'll run the timer while we're doing this. But we're going to keep the music going. We're going to keep the music going. Because there's not going to be any interesting sounds for this whole time. So now we load game. Earlier save. Change players. Import. That save. Accept. Now we'll drop that ruby one more time. Here's where it's going to get interesting. So, Ysurin's going to pick up the ruby, save the game. Then we're going to load game. And I remember how to do this correctly. We're going to load game 2. I don't like that it renumbers your games when you save. So we're going to change player. We're going to import the other player, but instead of dropping the ruby for them, we're going to load that one. Wait, whoops. This import accept. Now we're going to have Ysurin drop all those rubies. We're going to pick up all the rubies. Now we're going to change players, delete Ysurin. Delete Ysurin, accept. So now we save game 1 again. Save this game. Yep, Dupe Donuts. That's my name. Alright, so now... Oops. Now we, what do we do here? Got this. For... Change players. Import. We're going to import from... this save. Yeah, good. Accept. Now we drop 4 rubies, which player 2 will pick up and then save the game. On this one. Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. This is like an idle game. Whoa, the music. Ah, it's a track called Economy. How good. Alright, so we saved with 8 rubies. And we go back to Vadra alone. We import this one. So the reason we're doing this is to basically just to bypass a bunch of bullshit grinding. And because, you know, they put this shit in the game. Delete. Yes. Accept. Save. The reason we're using a ruby is because they weigh nothing. They weigh nothing, and they sell for a decent price. But once we can, we can go to the store. We can sell 11 rubies. So now we have 16,000 gold. We can buy. The music is a little too loud. Fix that. There we go. There we go. Now we can buy like maybe a piece of armor that's worth a lot of money, or a weapon. 4,400. It actually looks like rubies are one of the most expensive items we can get, and they stack on a single space. So they're actually the best thing to use right now. So what do we want to do? We want to import this one. And we want drop 7 rubies. Pick up 7 rubies. There we go. There's a limit to how many you can. There's a limit to how many items you can like drop on the ground. And basically, what we want to do is we're going to save with 7 rubies on this one, and then we're gonna increase the number of rubies that he carries. So import him. And this one. Then have him drop... Oh, no, wait. We don't want him to drop rubies. We want her to drop rubies. He'll collect them. I have 14 now, I think. 14. Save. On that save. Go to change players. Delete. Yes. Accept. Now you have to accept the deletion before you re-import. If you just re-import directly, it'll actually account for it and strip the extra items. Okay, here we go. Now you should have 14 of them. We'll drop all 14, collect all 14. That's a better one. So we'll delete him. Okay, we have 14 rubies. Import. Drop these rubies. This all just happening on the streets here. A very good, very well balanced game. I'm glad they changed the way things worked in this game to remove all of the potential exploits. You can't drop more than a certain amount in a single area without picking them up in between. Just on the street, just people throwing rubies on the ground, just in the street. Normal occurrence in Baldur's Gate City. Happens every day. Some of them land behind you, so you have to... Good. Save the game. Here. I gotta do the this controller is kind of grody. I need to do the is it baking soda trick? The baking soda thing where you I think it's baking soda. You use baking soda and water and a toothbrush, and then you can renew old rubber, old like plastic and rubber on these controllers. Nice. Delete. Yes. D,
My
thank you
God,
for the host.
that's fantastic.
This, right, the single player save. So now, anytime we need money, we can just load in our friend and get 50 rubies, which we can then sell for 50,000 gold. It's not baking soda toothpaste. It's just a solution of baking soda and water. Toothbrush. Yeah, so now we can get all the money we need, all the money we want. And maybe we can upgrade our fine ring now. If we buy...
prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Ignore knockback. 10% ignore knockback. We don't give a shit about that. We do want some rune stones, some moonstones, and some rubies. I sold rubies and then just bought them back. Here we go. Cannot be upgraded. Fine ring. Runestone. Oh, ho ho! Oh, remove. We don't want that many. We want just enough to make it +3. Oh, +1 ring of speed. +3 fine ring of speed. +3 sprint. Okay, that's not useful to us.
No other merchant with quality and prices
+3 sprint, +3 great fortitude.
Brave adventurers for over a decade.
We want to break. Unequip item and remove gems for 226 gold and all rune stones. Are you sure? Yes. Break. Yes. Okay. Fine studded gloves. There we go. Four of those. Here we go. Here we go. 3 damage per second for 3 seconds.
Check back from time to time.
Good. Good. Make this item for 24,000 gold. Yes. Yes, there we go. There we go. Now this thing, we need more rune stones.
Everything you need right here.
We're gonna need, we're gonna need a whole bunch of rune stones, and we're gonna need a whole bunch of rubies as well. So let's call in our friend here. Now there's crud on it. It's like the rubber is like starting to degrade is the problem. That's the problem. So... Oh, you can hold the button down to drop them. Good. Summon the banker. Pretty much. Yeah, so you can. I did it on. I did it successfully. Successfully refreshed the rubber on my on my X52. X52. Oh, this is a good ring.
I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here,
oh, it'll give us.
Check back from time to time.
Back, buy. It'll give us more sprint. If we put many moonstones on it.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Remove.
My shop carries the finest
+5.
The work of local master craftsmen as well.
+5. Fine ring of protection. Okay. Okay, we need 16 to make it +5. Okay, so we need one more ruby. That should be fine. It's not like we can't get rubies. All right.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
There we go. +5 great fortitude, +5 sprint. Oh, we don't have enough gold. We need 95,000 gold. Hold on. Import. Yeah, I have the X52 regular one, and I have the X52 Pro. I actually ended up getting the Pro because there was like some looseness in the regular one, just wear and tear over time. But I was gonna give the regular one to a friend of mine, and I was like, I don't want it to be all gross like this. So I can't hold down the pickup button to pick up rubies. I was like, you know, I don't want to give it to somebody while it's like all gross and, you know, nasty. So I better clean it first. How do I clean it? And figured out the baking soda trick.
My God, that's fantastic.
Sinitar, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Nude Dwarf Game 2, Nude Elf Game, and Half Nude Necromancer, who's our banker. Our
welcome back.
Our benefactor. We're playing this game perfectly normally. I saw you playing that. I think I saw a little bit of it, and then I heard you talking about it. I found that very interesting. It's the one with like the Marvel art in it, right? It's like Skrull Langrisser.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's,
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Bill Bull, thank you for the 5 community gift subs. Lonely Demon 69, Alucard,
I can hear strange music.
Chino A,
It's
Hakoon,
really eerie
Fred M.
here.
Sloniker.
I feel as if I'm in a
Enjoy your
strange
strange
world.
music and your wonderful emotes. We're gonna make this for 95,000 gold.
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie here. I feel as
We're
if
gonna
I'm
be
in a
hearing strange
world.
music for a while. Okay, yeah, here we go. Fine Sturges, studded leather gloves of speed, plus 5.
I can hear strange
Fine
music.
Sturges ring.
It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
All right.
I can hear strange music. It's really eerie here. I feel as if I'm in a strange world.
Yeah, the
Welcome back.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
The Mad Scott, thank you for the follow. Follow. Sell off these extra rubies, which we don't need. And yeah, now we can continue our adventure. Although there's one thing we need to do first, since this game is perfectly well balanced. We're gonna go talk to our little contact here, Ulua.
Vendui, sister.
I brought 4,000 gold. Use it wisely, Ulua.
I will, sister, I will. Rest assured that when you are ready to take your place...
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Laskin Strigoi, thank you for the follow. Oh, don't make me regret trusting you. Vidra's gold is used to secure information sources for House Uswir. One step closer to her ultimate goal, Vidra can better focus on the tasks at hand. You gain 4,000 experience.
Vendui.
I have brought 8,000 gold. Use it wisely.
I will, sister, I will.
Is used to secure lesser allies for House Uoswir. One step closer to her ultimate goal, Vidra can focus on the tasks at hand. You gain 8,000 experience. Oh, I leveled up. We want more constitution. We have 12 points to spend. We'll spend it in unarmed combat. And then, does she have improved critical? Yeah, chance of critical strikes with melee attacks. We want that. We want many points of that.
Vendui.
Okay, so we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money to give her to further improve our house's standing. But here's the funny thing. We can just make money to give her for experience anytime we want. We can just produce money from player 2. Is that Icewind Dale music? Interesting. I imagine at this point they're kind of heavily reusing their stuff.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Yeah, it's probably 16,000.
I can't do that here. I can't.
Yeah, we can cast analog sticks to money by using the second player controller. Oh, look at that thing. You have to wonder why, like, gold coins work at all in, Good. Blow horn. Okay, my attacks are much faster now. Oh, it stacks the harpsichord plays, doesn't it? These horrible chimeras that act just like fucking everything else in the game. Oh man, sprint is good now. Sprint is very good now. gauntlets just spouting blood all the time. Right, so not every character gets sprint as an ability. This is one of the reasons why we picked the Dark Elf. In addition to her being the most nude of the characters. Deep in thought. What are Reg's deep thoughts? There's no way of knowing.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Rio Fabio? Thank you for the follow. What? Perhaps later we will get more valuable gems, which will give us even better effects on our equipment. Nothing? No. Love when a guy sits in the doorway and just shoots spikes at you. Also, these weird mutant dog things are wearing pants. Anyway, welcome everyone. The reason why this is called Nude Dwarf Game 2 is we played the first game, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1. And we played as a dwarf, and we never equipped any chest armor. Well, not for any significant period of time. So the dwarf was nude, except for accessories. Most of the time. Oh man, why would you play Ultima 8 ever? It seems like, what have you done wrong in this life that playing Ultima 8 is something you subject yourself to? What sins has Reg committed? Will we ever know? We can save here. Let's save on that one. We don't want to overwrite. I want to overwrite our banker save. 8 is awful. 8 is the worst Ultima. I would venture to say. 9 seemed like fine. People didn't like it because of the plot. But 8 is bad. It is unplayably bad in my opinion. But then again, I played the floppy version of it, which I understand is worse. Yeah, I think Sinitar pretty much nailed it, and I agree.
I'm saved! Thank you!
Rescue a servant. Well, I didn't even know that was a quest of ours. 9 gold in a chest. Okay, we've got a really good combo now. It comes out faster. Press the select button to level up. We got 9 points now. 9 points, folks. I should have saved 1 point. Then we could have maxed out unarmed combat. That's okay. We'll get enough for it next level. have the max of this, so we only need one thing with +5 on that. We can get improved critical here. I feel like about halfway through Ultima 7, the Ultima games, like, stopped being good. And in different ways. In different ways. I think, like, in Ultima 7, there were the like, puzzle dungeons, a harpsichord music sheet, or left. There were these puzzle dungeons in 7, where it became kind of apparent that the designers' heads were getting a little too far up their own asses. Where it's like, yeah, the thing I want to do is go into a dungeon and flip a switch that, like, gives me a vague clue, and then I have to backtrack through the whole dungeon to find out what door that opened. And then I have to go, like, sit on a throne. It'll teleport me to an identical looking area, except it's very slightly different, and then go through the unmarked secret door into an out-of-bounds area. Just walk through a fantasy wall to hit the right switch. It's being guarded by a lich who has a death bolt in his inventory. But I think probably the concept of 7 was a little bit ruined for me because I... early on, I learned of the like hack mode in it, and it was way more fun for me to just, like, look at the game and look at the systems and how they designed it and how the, like, triggers worked and all that stuff. And looking at it as a like exercise in game design, really. And then kind of comparing that with my experience in playing Ultima 6, kind of made it more of a curiosity to me than a good game. But, I like how my gloves are constantly bleeding for some reason. I might need to upgrade them to +5. Yeah, that was the other thing in Ultima 7 was, like, you would carry empty boxes around just as a means of avoiding puzzles, avoiding stupid puzzles by, like, climbing up onto the top of the castle wall. There we go. Good. Yeah, building a cabin. Good Ultima 7 activity. I think Ultima 7 is better as a sandbox than, like, a game you try to finish. I felt like I felt like they took a lot of shortcuts in the design of the world to solve gameplay features from previous games that were like, I don't know, good things. Like the fact that magic was too powerful in the previous games, they solved by making magic not work in Ultima 7 and by like introducing crappy magic systems that were more tedious than anything else in 8. I don't know about 9. But it wasn't a problem, right? They didn't solve a problem of the game. They solved a feature. Yeah. Space combat would have been good. There's a spaceship you can find in 7, if I remember correctly. But that's one of the problems I think that Ultima 6 really hit that, like, it hit a good stride of, like, how to describe it, like, okay, here's another world, right? Like a, you're in a different world, but there's a link back to Earth. Did I open a chest on a table? I might not have done. I might have missed a quest important chest. Fortunately, I can backtrack very quickly now. I did not. Thank you for the reminder. There's also, like, I think there's a whole wing of this place that I, like, missed. And I'm going so deep in this one, I feel like I must be, yeah, there's, like, this. I should have gone in here first. Yeah, harpsichord music. There's a pretty cozy fireplace. Yeah, I think there was one other place I missed, too. But, like, Ultima 6 felt really good in terms of the, like, the balance of... Yeah, this whole section I, like, didn't go down. The balance of... the balance of, like, the connection to, like, a real-world Earth of some kind, and, like, being in a fantasy world at the same time, where, like, I feel like there wasn't really much of that in 7. I don't know. It's hard to explain what I mean by that. More grimoire extensions. Yeah. Self-insert isekai.
Fall before me. Gods be praised.
Did I just punch and stun that servant? Enter the cellar. I think the cellar is like a side zone, or is that the, like, is that actual progress? Rather hard to tell in this game. Awesome, Zenaras. That's awesome. Competition in the Broken Land speedrunning community. This is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. This is Dark Alliance 2, Red Falcon 1000. I found a key. There used to be keys to the library just outside this room. Good. And the Broken Land. What a good game. What a good game. We had to go with the most nude character. Man, I'm gonna have to do a Broken Land speedrun one of these days. Again, actually route it. Did you do any percent or good ending percent? Excellent, excellent. Good ending is the true, is the effectively 100%. That seller's gotta that seller can't be progress. Right? Yeah. 100% would be killing King. Right? Probably killing King. And getting all the characters. You'd have to kill all the optional bosses too, though, I guess. I don't think I did 100%. I didn't do all characters. I didn't do all characters in my playthrough, did I? I don't think I did. Because you can skip a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that I did you can skip. Yeah, I missed a couple characters. Well, actually, hold on. Hold on. You have to get, they're having a race outside my house. You have to get all the characters, don't you? Except, Beastman and... Beastman and Necromancer, but I thought I got Beastman and Necromancer because Beastman's one of the best characters. I thought I got it. Did I get Necromancer or not? If I got Necromancer, then I killed King, and I got all the characters. So that would be a 100% run. Because the characters give you the weapons to finish the game. Right? Oh, you know what? I didn't do, yeah, I didn't do the quest line to get Priestess. Both Holy Mages? I thought there was only one Holy Mage. There's the one Holy Mage that's by whatchamacallit? The like, huge demon throne guy. I can never find that one. Oh, there are a few bugs. There are quite a few bugs. Is there really nothing in this cellar? Will it come down here for no reason? Just like some bonus treasure? I mean, I guess it's a side area, but kind of disappointing. What's the second one? Because there's... Oh, Priestess. Yeah, well, Priestess is just the combination of Puppeteer... Fucking... What are the other two called? Puppeteer... Possessor? There's two, right? There's the one guy that possesses. There's the Puppeteer. And then there's... What is the third one? The third one of the three jewel folks.
I haven't the energy.
But yeah, the like duplicating, upgrading, and the like economy system can be heavily exploited. Summoner, yeah, there you go. Summoner. That's the one.
Many thanks.
You saved all the servants from Luvia's monstrosities. 500 gold coins and 1,000 experience. Yeah, so there's the optional characters are Necromancer, Priestess, and her 3 sub-characters. The 3 sub-characters aren't really full characters, though. I would say it's like Priestess, Holy Mage, and 2 more harpsichord music sheets. Priestess, Holy Mage, and Beastman are the 3 optional characters. Because getting the 3 jewel characters is a strict prerequisite to getting Priestess. Ice Mage is optional? No. Ice Mage gives you the bow, doesn't he? I thought Ice Mage gives you the bow. Dark Knight gives you the bow?
I haven't the energy.
It's the ice bow, though, right? Is that... Yeah, I skipped Dark Knight because I thought Dark Knight doesn't give you anything. But I guess, yeah, he gives you the bow and Ice Mage gives you nothing. It's been a while since I played that. Yeah, okay. So you can skip Ice Mage. Well, that makes that part easier. Obviously, you gotta play as Berserker. Pixie gives you something, right? You have to get Pixie.
I haven't the energy.
Berserker, Dark Knight, Fire Mage, and Elf. Or Elf, yeah. The,
I haven't the energy.
You know, I would actually get... I would probably swap out Beastman for, Dark Knight, maybe. There's, It's, Bill, there's already two Broken Land, speedruns up. I'll need to go validate the, second one, but I have no reason to believe it is invalid. There's a robust Broken Land speedrunning community now. By robust, I mean 2 people. Yeah, the Broken Land on speedrun.com. Mine was like 6 hours or something, because I did it really inefficiently. No. Macaw picked the Knight. Berserker is the really good character that Macaw didn't pick. You see, Berserker at level 5 gets an ability called Invisibility. Invisibility makes one of your characters invisible. I'm making air quotes as best I can while holding a PlayStation 2 controller. Invisible means immune to all damage except poison and these little pools of goo that appear on the ground. Yep, I found all that tech on my own. While I was testing the game, while I was testing the game to determine how a bug later in the game. Oh, it says invincibility. Oh, it says invisibility in English, and I think in Chinese in the Taiwanese version, it says invisibility as well. I remember the walkthrough for the game mentions that the invisibility. Now, I didn't find the invisibility thing necessarily, like, somebody mentioned that, like, invisibility was really good, so I tried it out, and I was like, oh, wait, here's how it works. You don't take any damage from any physical attack or magical attack that has a chance of hitting or not. If it has a chance of missing, it always misses. But the other thing is the way that the attributes work makes Berserker even better, and it also makes Beastman quite a bit broken as well, because gauntlet weapons don't have a higher end gauntlet weapons have a don't have a speed decrease, and they have a they don't have a speed decrease, and they have a armor increase. So keeping them at positive speed is easier. Wait a second. Secret. Well, you get there's 5 levels of speed. Yeah, you can. It's whatever your total speed is, but it's easier to get the speed bonus on gauntlets because they don't have negative speed to begin with. So you can adjust the speed of a weapon. There's 5 speed levels. Neutral, +1, +2, and -1, -2. One more harpsichord music sheet. So there's 5 speed levels. You get 1 bonus. There's two breakpoints, and they're positive and negative the same. So if you're positive speed +0 or +1 to like plus whatever it is, you get tier 1 bonus. If you're above that, you get the tier 2 bonus. If your speed is 0 exactly, you get no speed bonus. It might be, yeah. So tier 2 is above 25. And the same thing goes for being in the negative. What you can do is you can put all your speed bonus on your armor, but then you're working against a positive on your weapon. Having an aligned element on your weapon gives you halves any speed loss and doubles any speed bonus. So if your weapon was aligned and you had 25 speed, it's effectively like it's 50 speed. Is the Fire Priest immune to damage from fire weapons? Not... Let me rephrase that. Yes, when fought as an enemy. Oh, the Fire Priest. Yeah, the Fire Priest is immune to fire weapons. They should be. Most of the time you want to be using the matched elements. So, like, if you Yeah, like, if you're using the Knight, you want to have them be using dark weapons, I think. Dark Knight. The good thing about the good thing about the Beastman is unaligned. It sucks because you don't get the double bonus, but then you can equip him with any element and not have to worry about it. Which is good, because then you can give him, like, Holy or something. Getting the Holy Mage is kind of a... Getting the Holy Mage up to snuff is kind of a pain in the ass. And there's one boss that's immune to Holy, I think. Like, I think Devil Girl is immune to Holy or something. Something weird like that. I don't recall exactly what it is, but... Quest reward. You found all the music sheets and can use them to play the harpsichord in the entry hall. You gain 1,000 experience points. We're going to go back and do that. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff with how the elements interact and, like, which boss takes damage from what. So, the way you find it out is whether the characters take hit stun. If they don't take hit stun, they're not taking any damage. If they do get hit stun, then they're taking damage. You can see that it's still somewhere. My first play through the game, all the way through, the shitty video of that from, like, literally the first time I started streaming for real. That video, I fought King with, like, an incorrect element matchup for a while, and you can see, like, he very rarely takes damage from it at all. The other key thing is that, like, it kind of sucks to do... If you're going to do 100%, you need to get... you need to end... You end up needing to get...
I haven't the energy.
Dark resist, because if you don't have dark resist, you get instantly owned by the Puppet Master or the Puppet Master and the other one, the Possessor. Like, literally, the possession effect is permanent. So if they do it to you, it's basically game over. or that character is lost.
I haven't the energy.
One of them is supposed to be temporary, but I don't think it is. I don't think it actually is in practice. Where the fuck is the entrance to this place? This is the cellar, right? Yeah, this is the cellar. Yeah, if you go to the... I think it's the Puppet Master. Or the... What is the Possessor called? I forget what their proper name is. But yeah, if you go there with... if you go there with one character, like, he'll take over your character and you'll just stand there. And there's nothing you can do and it never wears off. So you're screwed.
I haven't the energy.
It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny that they set it up that way. Right, here we go. Main hall. Yeah, it can be pretty rough. Yeah, open the trap door to the secret laboratory. We're not going to do that yet. We're going to go back to town. We're going to go back to town real quick. Sell off all our junk.
Welcome back, friend. My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
It's all that. We don't. The crossbow is better. Short bow's probably even better.
If you need weapons,
Oh man, we can get superior, remarkable leather boots. We might use those. Grand leather helmet. Hold on, sir. Actually, I should save it first.
I can't do that here.
Yeah, it can be a real problem if you it can be a real problem if you get hit by the puppeteer or whatever. If you have multiple characters, it just means that one of your characters is permanently dead. Only. It's the only thing it means. Instead of, like, game over. But it still means, like, if Berserker gets hit by the thing, it's like, okay, well, that's game over, basically. Give me all those rubies. Good. Good, there we go. Back into the void with you.
Welcome back, friend. My shop carries the finest
sell?
armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen, as well as imports from Waterdeep and on.
Ah, we've got a fine ring we can use to make another thing.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's,
when a character has misalignment with their weapon, other than the speed penalty, I don't think there's anything like particularly notable. Beast King. Yeah, Beast King would be an interesting one. Yeah, I think you can equip him with a weapon that's not ice. He's got these remarkable leather boots and this grand leather helmet. What does this give us? Reduces the duration of slow stun. Reflect 5% melee damage when struck. Okay. One sprint plus one great fortitude. Okay. We need to buy.
Arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Wait. I don't want to buy those. I want to buy runestones, though. We need what? 32. We need more runestones. We'll sell more rubies to get them. We need what? 20? No, we need 48 of them. How many do I have? Sell. Yeah, okay, we're good there. We need more moonstones. Pardon me while I summon my friend here.
cannot do that here.
Circle? I don't think so. I don't think you can drop gold. There's no way to, like, select it. No way to select gold to drop. Yeah, that's right. Maybe you can trade it directly? If you have both inventories open, that's a good point. This one. This guy. What if we open... And there's no option to trade, only to drop. Just grab all these gems. It's fine. No one will think this suspicious.
I cannot do that here.
Not suspicious at all.
Welcome. My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen, as well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
All right. Do we have enough to do this? Actually, hold on. We need to break this apart. Yes. We need to upgrade the gloves.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and
Here we
prices
go.
to match mine.
Target bleeds. Plus 5 combat reflexes. Make that for 95,000 gold. We're going to need more gold, is what we're going to need. It costs so much gold to do this. Which is why, like... One of the problems in this game is, like... One of the problems in this game is, like... They give you almost a limited resource in terms of gold itself, right? But then it costs money to assemble gear. It costs money to break gear apart. It costs money to do everything. So, like, getting that much money normally, you'd be like... You'd be spending hours to, like, kill a monster for, like, 50 gold. Where with this, you make a few 100,000 in just a few minutes. But it's like they kind of fucked up by number one, making this viable, and number two, making it like making the regular game slow enough paced in terms of resource acquisition that you want to do this. Oh man, that was a good drop area. There we go. Now we'll banish him to the void once more.
Welcome back. My shop carries the finest armor and weapons. The work of local master craftsmen
need
as well.
some of those. Some of those. Some of those. Make that ring. Oh, you need 95,000. Okay, we need to sell. Need to sell.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at the cost. The cost to make just one overpowered ring.
Seeking arms and armor? I have...
Plus two plus 5 fine Sturges rings. Each worth 65. Oh, hey, that's what I can do. That's what I can do. Oh, I'm a genius. Now that we've made powerful magic items. Yeah. Yeah, now we don't need to we don't need to fuss with we need to fuss with gems anymore. Yes, please join my game. 69,420. Please join my game.
I can't do that here.
Now I want to load the game where I still have the rings, right? Import this guy. Drop the 2 rings.
I can't do that here.
Now we should be able to get like a decent amount every time we call him up. Let's load again. Let's see how much money we get from selling the rings just the one time with 4 of those rings. I kind of remember there being like diamonds you could get later on that were like sold for like 60,000 or something.
I cannot do that here.
I might as well get these rubies. I think it's like you only sell stuff for like 1/3 of its value. It's not half. Deposit video cable for the C64. My recommendation is don't make one out of a MIDI cable and like screw terminals in an incredibly like janky way.
I have everything you need right here.
Oh, that's the sell price, isn't it? That's the sell price. Hey, DNA, this is Dark Alliance 2.
No other merchant with quality and prices.
Dark Alliance 2.
I've been
Grand leather helmet. You can only put 16 of any gem. only 16.
I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now...
So now we want to
check back
buy...
from time to time.
Oh, you know what? You know what? We can get coral. We can get coral by buying battle rings and breaking them apart. I don't know if we want to do that just yet, though. We'll try. We'll give it a try. We'll see what we can do with it. In the meantime, we'll make this. That'll be our whole set of armor. What can we do with this thing? Make a +1 Sturge's short bow. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that just yet. Oh, and the keen amulet. Good.
Welcome.
Good thought. Good thought.
New shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here,
pearl.
Check back from time to time. If you need weapons.
Okay. Sell. We can also make an amulet now, because we have fine amulets. Okay, we have coral, pearl, moonstone. Does he sell fine gloves?
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen, as well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
So yeah, let's see. Flashing. Sprint and wisdom. Ignore knockback.
Are always more than fair, friend. What are you
And
looking
wisdom.
for?
Noble amulet. Amulet of rage. The name doesn't matter though, it's just the effect of the thing in it. But what does Pearl do on a weapon? Improved critical. Oh boy. Oh boy. We need a bunch of pearls.
If you need
Plus 20% to minimum damage. Okay.
Someone else's,
Okay. We have to think about this. Our gloves. We're gonna break apart our gloves. It costs 21,000 to break apart the gloves. But now, what can we get from this? Oh, you don't recover the rune stones either. Improved critical. 20% to minimum damage unarmed. %40 to minimum. Holy hell! Holy hell!
If you need weapons.
No, I don't need weapons. I need this guy. I need extra banks. Come here, Yasurin. Gimme. Hey, Chubo, welcome, welcome. We're playing a perfectly normal game here that is well balanced and has no exploits. Welcome, Chubo. There don't appear to be. There don't appear to be if you have both inventories open. It'd be nice if you could trade directly, but I don't think they quite intended you to do this. They only didn't stop it when it happened. Okay, so what we need to do here...
Welcome back, friend.
Does your store have to offer?
I have everything.
Sell.
Right here.
these rings I happen to have come into possession of, and these many rubies. Okay, now we need to buy Keen Amulet with the pearl. Oh, you know what else? Hold on. There's other things. There's other things here.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over
Jade, emerald, diamond. Oh, hold on now. Sapphire, cleave. +1 armor class for each armor piece worn. Jet. Cleave might be really good to have.
The work of local master craftsmen as well as import.
All right, Zenorous. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good rest of your Saturday. I don't think we want those, though. What about magic armor? Does he have magic armor or just fine armor? Just fine armor.
So if you
We
don't
want
see something here,
we want the pearl.
check back from time to time.
It just adds both. I don't think there's any mixing. It should be enough. Okay, workshop.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for? My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen as well as imports from Waterdeep and on.
Bootleg Picard. Okay, there we go. Look at all these different fine amulets.
Arms and armor, I have everything.
So now I think what we want to do... I need to buy some rune stones. There we go. Now I need to check something, actually. I do need to check something.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Drezens, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Find short sort of corruption. Yes. 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 All right, good. Now I want to see what those things do. Number one, what do they do on gloves? Plus acid damage.
My prices are always more
Disintegrate
than
on
fair, friend.
dead.
What are you looking for?
Cleave. Armor class.
My God, that's fantastic.
Joe Cancun, thank you for the host. Acid damage. Okay, we did all these, right? Now, really what we want to do with our gloves is we want to do 16 moonstones and 16 pearls, right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. We'll make those. Yes. Okay, now, what about on something like an amulet? Moonstone gives you sprint. Ruby gives you great fortitude. Pearl gives you wisdom. Coral gives you ignore knockback. Emerald gives you iron will, whatever that does. Sunder. Sanctuary. +1 constitution. +1 iron will. +1 bless. What is...
What are you looking for?
Am I sure? No. What does bless do for you? Okay, what is diamond? +1 bless. Emerald is +1 iron will. +1 constitution. +1 sanctuary. +1 sunder.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Do I have any of those abilities to start with? Good that they're readable. Willpower, unarmed combat, 2-weapon fighting, toughness, sweep attack, sundering blow, stunning blow, sprint, spinning strike, long weapon focus, piercing strike, iron will increases your magic energy regeneration. Great. I don't want that. Improved critical. Great fortitude. Evasion. Endurance. Like missiles, death blow, crushing blow. Yeah, like none of that's I don't know what any of that stuff does, though. I'm like, reflect melee damage. Reduce duration of slow stun. Yeah, like these aren't great. These aren't great. I like having the maxed out sprint, so we'll put that on the boots and on one of the rings. But then helmet is different.
Welcome back, friend.
Let's do this. I love her run cycle in town. It's the best. Save on one player slot. Okay, now let's go remove our helmet. Remove the stuff from our helmet.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Now, what do the other things give us? What does Pearl give us on a helmet? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Plus 5% increased treasure drops. So worthwhile. Shield expert. Ooh, elemental resistance, 3%. So that'll get us, what, 15% elemental resistance?
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Acid and poison resistant, plus 5 hit points. Plus 1 power attack. What does power attack do? Does the stuff give you that bonus? Good. 5 hit points. I feel like diamond might be really worthwhile.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons.
25 hit points doesn't seem that great.
As well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
It's magic energy. We don't give a shit about shield expert. Although I think this one, right? Like,
seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Yeah, no slow stun doesn't happen with that on. So, like, I think we're better off. Hell no, I want power attack. I want like maximum power attack. So what do I need for that?
Or armor to protect you from someone else's? You've come to the right place.
Acid, poison resistance. Sapphire. I need sapphires. And moonstones.
Seeking arms and armor?
Which thing gave me sapphires?
Everything you need right here.
I can't.
Damn it. I don't know. It's hard to tell what it does because I can't see its effect ever. You can't see what magic effects are on your character except by looking at your equipment. You can't even tell what power attack does because you can never have power attack as a monk without
receive new shipments frequently. So if you
workshop.
don't see something here now, check
Do I have
back
enough
from time to
sapphires?
time.
No. You need 3 more. We'll do 4 more. We'll do several more. Upgrade 16 of those. Stun immunity.
Prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
And plus 5 power attack. And we can never, like, see how power attack affects us. Because it's never... Improve critical. We want that stuff. Now, what do we want to put on our amulet? Sprint, Great Fortitude, Wisdom, Ignore Knockback, Sanctuary, Iron Will, Sunder. Sunder sounds good. We already have max Sprint, because that's on our boots.
I have everything you need.
Plus Constitution. Plus Bless. Plus Bless sounds good. Or Sanctuary. I don't know what Sanctuary does, though. I guess Bless. Bless might make me do more damage. So what do I need? I need...
I
You do.
receive new shipments frequently. So if you don't see something here now, check
Plus
back
5
from time
Wisdom.
to time.
Yeah. You know what? Sunder. And Bless, I guess. Sunder and Bless. You get Sanctuary, too.
Seeking arms and armor?
Ditch one of these
have
rings.
Everything you need, right here.
We'll just do, what do we need here? Buy. Oh, wait, we can sell. Sell all these extra battle axes. Buy. What do we want? Diamond? I think that's the disruption one.
You'll find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers
We want
for
sapphires.
over a decade.
I don't want sell. Oops. We have enough sapphires? We do have enough sapphires. Okay, that'll give us plus 5 Sunder, which is
My
good.
prices are
Sell
always
these
more than fair, friend.
balances.
What are you looking for?
Buy. Now we need to buy 16. We might not have enough. We might not have enough. Well, maybe we do.
You'll
Shop.
find no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
And yeah, we'll see what happens when we get there. When we get to
My shop carries the finest
we're just giving ourselves some
local master
a little starter setup here, starting out with some decent equipment. Just just a little nest egg to start with. Yeah, amulet of punishment. Yeah. That seems good.
No other merchant.
Not enough gold. You need how much? 108,000 gold. Oh, I gotta sell. I have these fine amulets to sell. That'll give me enough. That'll give me enough. But also, I have like a bunch of extra fine amulets to sell.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Don't want to sell off these gems by mistake. go. There we go. Workshop. Amulets. Runestones. I will start pumping up,
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons. The work of
Retribution.
local master craftsmen as well as import
Angelic
from
amulet.
and art.
Templar's amulet. No, we want the amulet of punishment. Go. Bless and sunder. Yes. Go. There we go. Our amulet of punishment. Now, the other thing I wanted to do was eventually get the Constitution bonus, +5 Constitution. So we'll save it real quick. Oh, and then we do want to get we want to funnel some more money to our house, our family house. There's a little house building mini game in this, in which you build a house if you're the Dark Elf. And to do that, you you pick up a bunch of rubies off the ground. Oh shit! I forgot. You gotta pick up the stuff first. It gets rid of all the stuff on the ground. You can accidentally lose items forever that way. But I didn't want to accidentally save with both characters in the party. Drop. What we should do is we should give him just a whole bunch of all the gems to keep. But we'll do that later. For now, we just want a bunch of money to send to our family, so that we can get the best ending, presumably.
Quality and prices to match mine. I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
All right, now we go in here. We're gonna talk to our little contact here.
Vendui, sister.
I have brought 16,000 gold. Use it wisely, Ulua.
I will, sister, I will. Rest.
Vidra's gold is used to secure a powerful ally for House Uosweir. One step closer to her ultimate goal, Vidra can better focus on the task at hand. You gain 16,000 experience. Select to level up. So we don't have enough to get unarmed combat to maximum there. But we will. It's fine.
Vendui.
Do I not? Okay. So that might be as much as you can give her for the time being. Oh, now we have... Oh, we gained a second level. I see. Can we talk to her again now?
Vendui.
No. Okay, good. We gained 2 levels from that. So now we want to go to here. We want to max out unarmed combat. 16 to 32. Chance to stun. Sweep attack. Unarmed attack that strikes and knocks back all enemies before you. Improved critical. Good. Alright. So now we should have, technically, improved critical plus 10. But there's no way to view that. There's no way to find out what that actually is. Oh, here we go. I want this on as well. Power attack, whatever that does.
I can't do that here.
Save the game. On one player character thing. Does the dwarf have anything? Heard any rumors? Got nothing for me. Okay. Back to the manor. Back to the manor. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick break. Pause the timer. Pause the game. And I'll be right back. I'm back. This is called Space Run by XDT, a very prolific mod composer. Listen to this for a minute. Anyway, back to the game. Back to the regular game. Here we go. Return to game. Return to Baldur's Gate.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Now, we want to explore the third floor, because we didn't get to explore that yet. Fortunately, sprint is like warp speed now. Just gotta remember where the actual doorway to the 3rd floor is. Not here. We've now turned our character into the fantasy equivalent of Usain Bolt, except much more practiced in Kung Fu.
I haven't the energy.
What does our attack speed look like? Very good. Very good.
I haven't the energy.
I haven't the energy. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here's floor 2. And there was a 3rd floor that we didn't go to because we got the harpsichord stuff. We'll figure that out.
I haven't the energy.
Maybe it's like the attic or something. This is a tremendous house. A tremendous house with a not very good use of space. Many parts of the house are completely solid.
I haven't the energy.
Which just occurred to me that, like, wow, that's a really weird design for a house. Making most of the house totally solid. I think this way maybe is where we want to go. Chests. 18 golds. I guess there wasn't a 3rd floor. I was just losing my shit, right? No 3rd floor. Ah, yes, different magical gauntlets now.
I can't do that here.
Yeah, they glow white because we've put
I can't do that here. I can't
we've put
do that
different
here.
gems in them. These ones they improve combat reflexes and improved critical. So we now have since we have improved critical 5 here, we have an additional +5 from our gauntlets. So we have level 10, which is the maximum you can get from magical aid as well. So I wonder if you can stack those effects with a weapon. I wonder if using a weapon is strictly better because of that, right? Because here, right, though, it just gives you those. So we could then stack that with a weapon that we were using. But we're doing a lot of damage. Or, these doors don't open. are these creatures anyway? They look like ghouls, right? But they don't behave like ghouls. Unless, you know, I'm immune to stun.
Dear Lady F, I do hope this letter finds you well. Your last shipment of supplies and gold has been most generous. I have sent a special gift to your warehouse. His name is Argesh, the pinnacle of my creations. He will serve you without question. I hope he is to your satisfaction, as the others will be based off this new design. Please inform the Hands of Glory that fresh supplies will be needed, preferably live. Faithfully yours, Luvia Bloodmire.
Hey, Tiger Max Z. Welcome, welcome. We're punching Frankensteins here. That's what we're doing. The common channels. Go away, it isn't safe out there. Did you not just see me tear a ghoul apart with my bare hands? Well, they're not bare, I guess. With my gloved hands. Although they could be bearskin gauntlets, right? Could be bearskin, bear leather. However, you know, if I was in a cage and I saw a nude dwarf or nude elf run into the room, tear apart a bunch of Frankensteins with their bare hands, and then come over to the cage, I'd be like, it isn't safe out there. I would agree with that assessment. It's a pretty astute prisoner. Whoops, ran too far. I don't think there's a way you can cancel that mid-sprint. Luvia's laboratory. 1? Yeah, there's going to be multiple levels of laboratory. That sucks, Tiger. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling well. I hope you recover quickly. Oh, flesh golems. Yeah, they could be counted as flesh golems, right? Yeah. Ah, that's good. Good to hear, Gangrel. It's like, it's tough. It's tough to have somewhere a door open. Thank you, game. Yeah, it's a tough time to be to come down with anything because it's harder and riskier to get medical treatment. So hope everyone stays well and stays safe. Oh shit! They made an Orthrus. Oh no, Orthrus. Atrocious. Faint voice can be heard in the distance. Now that you are done playing with my pets, come and visit me! A nearby door opens invitingly. A mutated cow from deep fear. Hind leg day. Yeah. Yeah, it skipped one of it. It skipped some of its leg days. For sure. Yeah, Orthrus. I've always seen it written with a with an extra R after the TH. Orthrus. Oh. All hidden chest that you can't really see very well. Oh well. Enter the lower laboratory. Via's laboratory. I made some coffee. That's where I was. Ready to continue punching. I just want to point out the damage numbers from this unarmed combat in a Dungeons and Dragons game. Like 58 and 80. The place where the haunted car comes alive and terrorizes the citizens. Isn't that Paris? Like Paris, Australia or something? Grognar the Punchinator in Shadowrun Returns. That's good. I've tried to play, I might try it again. One of these days. But I'll have to do a little more, I'll have to do more research. But, that steampunk RPG, what's it called? The steampunk RPG that everybody knows? I want to say it starts with an A or something. Anyway, that game. I want to play a high charisma, low intelligence, high strength half ogre. Like gentleman boxer. Not an Acronox. The yeah, Arcanum. There you go. Arcanum. Escape from the pit. No. That's not what it's called. Magica Obscura.
Ah, you finally arrived. I do hope my creations haven't given you too much trouble.
Lady, I punched your creations to death with fucking zero effort.
Lovely, aren't they? It took me years to perfect the technique to successfully transfer limbs and organs from one creature to the next.
Why would you do that? Doesn't seem very effective.
What does it matter? Perhaps hundreds died for me to learn this. But it was a small price to pay in the name of science. But you shouldn't concern yourself over the welfare of others. Your thoughts should lie in the here and now.
Argesh is dead.
Impressive that you should defeat my lovely Argesh. But he was created to handle those Hands of Glory Cretans. Now these I made just for you. I'm sure I will see you again. Mayhap a piece here or a piece there. Farewell.
Is she gonna... Oh, she's gonna slowly walk out of the room. Lady, I could sprint so fast to get you if it wasn't a cutscene where I can't move. Her creations. I like the way they run around. Look at that. They look so dopey. Look at their little run cycle. Oh. They do such a cartoony run in place when you get behind them. They don't have the instant turn lag set. Oh man, he exploded.
What have you done? My beautiful creations destroyed, and by the likes of someone as insignificant as you! Heretics! Non-believers! You stand in my path to goddom. Soon, nothing but the dead shall remain in this place. I will take my leave now. I suggest you do the same before it's too late. Hurry. Hurry.
Oh, do we have an escape sequence? Oh. Poison gas is shooting out. Wait, this door, like, opened before. That was obviously a bug, right? That's surely that was a bug. Save game. I'm sure. Oh, it closed when I got near. It was open and then it closed when I got near. I see. The poisonous gas Luvia released into the lab is filling the room. You must leave quickly before you are overcome by the toxic fumes. Cannot recall further. Okay. Oh, and it opened some doors.
I have enough energy.
There's extra enemies here, but I don't want to fight them. I should just like to go. Where was that, oops. Where was that person that was, like, stuck in a cage? I should free them. But here? No, that's like a random bullshit area.
I haven't the energy.
I haven't the energy. That was here. I guess she left. Okay. Saving disabled during combat. Over 100,000 man-hours went into the creation of this game.
I haven't the energy.
Here we go. Talk to the merchant.
I heard what happened in Bloodmire Manor, friend. You're of stouter stuff than I.
You look pretty stout, buddy.
Baldur's Gate sleeps easier with
Don't need
Luvia
those.
Bloodmire and her monsters.
Don't need that. Don't need
As
that.
do I.
Don't need that.
My
Don't need that. Fine padded helmet. We still don't really need it. Remarkable dagger. I want to check something. Proved critical. Yeah, we could get like we could get incredible amounts of
So, if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
we could get incredible stuff. We could do plus to minimum damage, right? Look at that. Look at that. 11 to 14 on a damage. On a damage on a dagger. 11 to 14 on a dagger. So if we bought a fine weapon, right, like a, I guess a fine longsword is what we would need, right?
I receive new shipments frequently.
We could
so
do...
if you don't see something here now, check back from time to time.
That with, this. 13 to 17. It's still not as much as our unarmed is, but, we could do very well for that. In fact, well, we'll not do that now. We'll do that after we continue our... Continue our thing here. We're going to talk to her.
Adventurer, I hear many terrible malformed creatures fled Bloodmire Manor. City guards killed several, but some escaped. What happened?
Luvia was creating monsters, including Argesh, master of the Hands of Glory, beneath the manor for someone referred to as the Lady F. She flooded the place with poison gas and fled.
I see. So it was her vile creations that have been causing so much havoc each night. I'm glad you put an end to it, though it's a shame you could not have put an end to her, the evil woman. Here, my congratulations, and your reward.
Accept reward. 1,500 coins, 2,000 experience. Heard any rumors of note?
Speak to Solace Dunkirk, captain of the city guard. He's somewhere on the streets. I've already spoken well of you to him, so he'll offer a lucrative task.
I see. Anything else?
Yes. I recently acquired an interesting map. It should lead to some ruins deep within the woods of Sharpteeth. Ruins likely filled with monsters and treasure. Interested enough to purchase it, adventurer?
I'll give you 500 gold coins.
Yes, that will do nicely. Here you are, and best of luck.
Low zoom out.
Well met again, adventurer. I've heard little. Only that adventurers are hard up for work in the city. So many.
That's the backstory that we already heard before. I think now that we've completed those two quests, we might be able to give more gold to Ulua. No, not yet. There's certain break points where you can give her more money to gain more experience.
Yes. Pa.
Yes. Pa. All right. We want to see more. We want to get more monsters and more treasure. Let's save the game. Now, an interesting thing in this is, you can, with the dwarf gets all these, like, crossbow-related abilities, and is more of a mage character than...
I asked Rundala to send strong,
fighter.
reliable adventurers my way. She spoke highly of you. As you may know, the city has been troubled by the Red Fang marauders, whose main base we cannot find.
I found this map on Argesh. The Hands of Glory intended to hide their prisoners with the Red Fang.
Could I see that? Yes. This map indicates the exact location of the Red Fang's main camp in the Cloak Wood. Rundala said you can handle the worst. What say I hire you on to take the Red Fangs out?
It'll be my pleasure.
Here. See? Move down the shore and approach from the eastern side. You'll have to traverse steep cliffs, but they won't be expecting an attack from there. Resistance should be light. Good luck, and may Helm guard your path.
I shall return when the marauders are destroyed. Alright, let's see if we can go to, oh yeah, we've got Wood of Sharp Teeth. Let's go there. The side quest. So, I'm sure some people here have played Titan Quest, which is a great game, wonderful game, very good Diablo type game. Now in Titan Quest, one of the most incredible features is the way in which monsters react to physics. I should say monsters' corpses. Yeah, it is massively unbalanced. But it also has ragdolls and physics on enemy deaths. If you play as the Storm, whatever it is, you have to not use the unofficial patch or the later version, the later update that's on Steam now. You have to use the original version, which I think you can get from GOG still. Yeah, you can mess the ragdolls up real hard. So if you take the lightning dude, like lightning power, as your class for your first class, and you take the lightning power as your first thing, and then you just take the bonus damage on hit with electricity, and you put all of your points into it. You can get hits of a couple hundred damage. So because your damage is based on, or the ragdoll impulse is based on damage versus maximum health, the more damage you do to a creature compared to its maximum health, the farther it'll fly. So at early levels, your high-end hits with lightning, which are just way more damage than you need. So it's inefficient. It's not the best build for actually efficiently playing the game. But it causes the ragdolls to just go nuts. I once launched one of the starter satyrs so far into orbit that the ragdoll just started stretching out and freaking out because it was outside of the bounds of where ragdolls are supposed to be, so it was calculating all the floating points wrong, which was great. But another thing is, if your damage is high enough and you hit a bird, you hit one of the crow type enemies, normally they leave a little cloud of feathers that moves in a direction based on the physics impulse. If you hit them hard enough, the feathers start from far away and then implode into a little black hole where the bird used to be. It's pretty great. But the birds in this reminded me of that. Man, we can play zoomed in now. Because we're powerful enough to not have to worry about it. Punch these guys' heads clean off. Oh, fine throwing dagger. Maybe we can use a throwing dagger as our backup ranged weapon for when we need one. We'll equip it with acid damage and other shit. Acid damage and minimum damage, maybe? So I wonder if those stack. Oh, I just got an excellent idea.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Iggy91, thank you for the follow. I just got an idea. We're gonna try this. I need shit. I guess I can do it to the gloves that I have. I'll just
do that here.
just save first.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
Where's the save? Oh, I ran way past it somehow. Right, save game. Oh, you know what I can do? I need a second set of gloves to try this stuff out on, right? How do I get a second set of gloves? How could I possibly get a second item? to do that. You know, hold on. We got another grimoire refresh here. I want to do something real quick.
Why am I standing here? Foolishness.
Let's give the grimoire some new spells. There we go. There we go. New spells for the grimoire. The grimoire, the infinite grimoire, is off to the right hand side there. It is a book of spells generated by a neural network. Yummy. Yummy is a good spell. The spells get updated. It depends. I haven't done a big update to the grimoire lately because there's currently twice as many spells as can be displayed at once. Wizards wearing tight robes that are only tight in the butt area. That says yummy there. So we're gonna do something. We're gonna do a little setup stuff here. Actually, hold on. We want to drop all of the gems that we have. Drop. So, one of the things that I'm working on that I need to spend some serious time on, and I'm thinking maybe this maybe this afternoon, this evening, I'll find some time. I'll make some time to do this. But I have an update to the grimoire that I've been meaning to do, and what I want to do is I want to make it so that it's like I want to make it so that like the infinite grimoire can like show an image, do like a page turn thing, and show another image, but with different text, and show the image again, but with text on it, right? So like, and I want it to be able to load data dynamically instead of doing what OBS does, because OBS has a hard limit of a certain number of characters. which works out to about 1,000, little over 1,000 spells. This is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2, Dracozon. This is it is a little bit more actiony than a Diablo type game, but it's very close in spirit, I'll say. Okay, so we want to duplicate.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
Tia Berenice, thank you for the follow. You know, I don't know if there's any background story on who is Baldur in this. I don't know if they've done that. We'll get rid of him for now. We should have enough money to go through getting the gems that we want, and then we'll give the gems to him, and he can be our.
Red Fangs? Best of luck.
I'd like to see the workshop.
You'll find no other merchant with.
Oh wait, watch the trader.
Welcome back.
I just see the workshop. Sell. Okay, now we need to sell. We need to sell these rings that don't matter. Well, we'll save those ones. Good, we've got enough money now. We can sell off shoddy stuff. Fine short bow we don't need. We don't need a bastard sword. Fine throwing dagger we'll keep around. We're going to use that. Oh man, that's good. That's good, Chubo. I like that. I like that. Now what we want to do. Yeah, the Champions of Norath 2, Bard's Tale 2004, and Fallout Brotherhood of Steel are also on the list of games that I'm going to play that are in this series. All right, now corruption is Jade, Emerald, Diamond, Sapphire, Jet. We don't want those. We want the Ring of Battle with Coral. We want many pieces of coral. Oh, I have an idea. Before we do this. Here's an interesting idea. We drop our equipped items, pick them back up, and then go back to the workshop.
Welcome back, friend. If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else,
sell off these undesirable fine rings here, wherever they are. Yeah, these two. Go back to the workshop. Now we do this. Much faster. Yeah, there's going to be a Baldur's Gate 3. I heard it's going to be good, but from what I've seen, it has the same problem that made me, like, a little skeptical of, what am I trying to say here? A friend of mine accidentally kind of, I won't say ruined. Ruined is too strong of a word. A friend of mine made me think differently about Divinity Original Sin and Divinity Original Sin 2, particularly.
Seeking arms and armor?
In which he kind of, his only observation was, he's like, Divinity Original Sin 2, specifically, Divinity Original Sin 2, it's kind of like a puzzle game, isn't it? Completely completely innocently.
The work of local master craftsmen as well as imports from
But
Waterdeep and Arm.
the result was, wait, yeah, it kind of is. It's not really like it's not the kind of like crunchy RPG game like I don't know, the Gold Box series or something, right? I call those games crunchy because that's like, I don't know, that's the word I associate in my head with it, right? That it's not necessarily a smooth, fine-tuned game that leads you through and like you can get into situations where like you're gonna have a really hard time with this battle because you didn't set stuff up right and you need to get the right random rolls or whatever. That can happen. That can totally happen in the Gold Box games. But in Divinity Original Sin 2, it's more of a puzzle of like, it's almost like, I don't know, to me it's a little bit like the puzzle element of deception, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna hit this guy, that's gonna cause a poison cloud to happen, and then the fire from this stuff is gonna cause the poison cloud to explode, which will deal more damage to that guy, and then that removes his like magic defense, and then I'll cast like sleep, and then you know this other move on him, and then it's done, right? And it's kind of like it's like an Incredible Machine style puzzle to put that together, where like other games handle that stuff differently, I think.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen as well as imports from Waterdeep.
Yeah, there's stuff like that that's like, it's fun, but it's not the kind of RPG that I like. Okay, that is to minimum damage unarmed. Okay, this doesn't stack. Yeah, and that's the thing about Baldur's Gate 3 is that like Baldur's Gate 3, from what I understand, I haven't looked at it too closely. I don't want to look at too much before the game is, really out. But people hit cleave. So that gives cleave.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen as well.
So I do want to do this. I do want to do flashing, right? Improve critical and combat reflexes. $72,000, and then if I take this throwing dagger. Oh wait, I need more runestones. Balderon. According to the Splat book. What a good name. What a good name for an object. A Splat book.
You from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
14 damage. This dagger just does 14 damage. And we can make it do improved critical +5. Myrmidon's throwing dagger. Cleave on a throwing dagger. How does that even work?
So, if you don't see something here,
Disintegrate
now,
undead.
check back from time to time.
2 to 8 acid damage. 6 to 9 damage. Hold on.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Bay dagger? No. Yeah, this one. Workshop.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen as well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
Yeah, Dracosan. I've played a little bit of them, not on stream. I finished, I think it was like the second campaign of Neverwinter Nights. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I thought that was pretty good. I got like halfway through Neverwinter Nights' first campaign several times. But I never finished it.
You will find no other merchant with quality and prices to match
Let's see
mine.
this. Let's
I've been
see.
supplying brave adventurers for over a
Fine
decade.
longsword. I've played a little bit of Icewind Dale. I never got out of the first like area of Icewind Dale though. If I'm honest, I never. It's 5 to hit and damage. Then if we add Jade to it, okay, now it does 5 to 20 acid damage. What if we remove the Jade? Okay, so check this out. Okay, 11 to 20, and we put, not that, put Coral on it. So now it does 20 damage plus 5 to 20 acid damage. Plus we have the speed bonus from our... This might be way better than doing unarmed. Because it's 20 damage plus 5 to 20. What is our unarmed damage right now, though? What's our unarmed damage? I wish there was a gem that gave us improved unarmed combat. 16 to 32. Now, if I... I could do 16 extra damage, or have 15% more critical? Sprint and great fortitude.
Welcome.
Pillars of Eternity 1. I played a little bit of that. I got really disappointed with Pillars of Eternity's setup for the way they set up. The way they set up. Experience points for combat in that game.
I have everything you need.
Really bugged me. Because, murderous throwing dagger. Yeah, here we go. Make that. Yes. Like, the fact that you could run out of experience for fighting monsters, like, it just didn't sit well with me, because it was like, I don't want to run out of experience for fighting certain types of monsters, because now, like, that makes me want to avoid monsters in the game entirely, period, for all time. And, you know, I feel like fighting should always be rewarding, right? You should always be rewarded for fighting a monster and killing it. Even if the reward is very small, like if you fight a low challenge rating monster in D&D, you still get a tiny reward for it. But it's just like, oh, you already maxed out on slimes. So you already maxed out on slimes, so hope you don't, hope you like trying to avoid slimes from now on. Yeah, the Divinity devs are developing Baldur's Gate 3, which is why I'm kind of worried it'll be almost a puzzle game kind of deal. But
I receive new shipments frequently. So
we're
if you
not
don't see something here now, check back.
do Constitution. Could do Constitution instead. I've got speed on my boots. Constitution and Wisdom. Or Sunder. You get more Sunder, more Bless, or you get Sanctuary. Or I could do 5 Constitution, 5 Wisdom. Assassin's Ring.
My shop
Let's
carries
make it.
up.
Let's see what this does to our stats. Let's see. We've got 165 health and 92 energy. $187 and 92. How quickly does our energy regenerate now? 'Cause that's what wisdom does, right? Oh, wisdom gives you more experience. I don't think we want wisdom on this.
Welcome back, friend. If you need weapons,
One of the finest games ever
to
crafted.
protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
I mean, wisdom isn't good. Wisdom no good. Just use this. Use that ring instead. That ring is worth a lot, though. Hey, Hunter. Yeah, we've been forced out of the Underdark or Underworld or whatever by politics. Politics between the great dark elven houses. We're seeking adventure to improve ourselves and to earn money to better facilitate our return to power. All right, here we go. Lower cliffs. Oh, I'm using my throwing dagger. I don't want to do that. Hey, maybe I do. It's pretty good. The throwing dagger is pretty good. Oh, yeah. Drow armor disintegrates in the sun, which is why we have no armor. It's also how we can move so fast. Also, hello, Ashen Circle. Hello, Hunter. Welcome, everyone. I hope everyone's having a really good Saturday. I'm having a wonderful Saturday. Nothing like having a good stream to relax. Armor class does fucking nothing in these games. I swear. Can you imagine doing 68 damage with a punch in a Dungeons and Dragons game? Oh, that little incline stops your sprint when you're going uphill. Can we get through here? Oh yeah, we can. Oh no. Okay. I got unstuck. Hey, Johnny Boyish. No, this is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. When I played Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1, oh yeah, Malamute, there's your wolves. When I played Dark Alliance 1, they start you off with clothing items that take up inventory weight.
I haven't
A
the energy.
fairly significant amount of inventory weight. And to provide no armor benefit. So the first thing I did was get rid of, sell my clothing. Am I missing something here? First thing I did was to sell my clothing. And so I had a nude dwarf. So I called it Nude Dwarf Game. Oh, that's a good way to get through there. I don't think that was intended. And and yeah, so in this game, you can't make the dwarf nude. So the monk was the most nude of characters. So that's who I picked. And she happens to be an elf, so it's Nude Dwarf Game 2, Nude Elf Game. I don't know if there's mods for this version of the game. I figured that PlayStation 2 mods would be very rare. And oddly enough, someone brought up wrestling games. It's funny that wrestling games have more likely mods for any particular platform than anything else. Yeah, for Xbox, it was like Xbox, like let's say game piracy on Xbox was like a pretty early thing, right? Like people figured out how to put games onto the Xbox hard drive and play the games from there. Kind of early on, like a mod chip or something. Xbox. Poops on the dwarf. Poops on dwarves. That's good. That's good. I played a very weird amount of Warhammer Online. I got the achievement for like clicking on yourself 10,000 times or something because I had a keyboard that let you macro stuff. So I macroed F1, F2, which selected another party member and then myself. Yeah, there were mods out like during the Xbox's lifespan. Speaking of Dead or Alive, not directly, but related to Dead or Alive, I should say. I have a game that I want to play. It's on Xbox 360. It's not Extreme Beach Volleyball. It's not Extreme Beach Volleyball. It's Unfinished Zones. Yeah, Warhammer was weird like that. So I think I would classify it as a fighting game. I'm gonna leave it a mystery for now. I would classify it as a fighting game. Or possibly a sports game. A dead rust monster. That's a rust monster. A normally harmless creature whose lightest touch destroys ferrous metal. The raiders may have another one trapped within, so it might be wise to unequip any metal weapons or armor. A rust monster won't attack unless it smells iron to rust and eat. I'll leave it a mystery. But some people might know what game on Xbox 360. Fuck off, Rust Monster. On Xbox 360, what game I'm referring to? That's not it. That's not it. But it's not the ping pong game. It's not the ping pong game. It's a one-on-one fighting type game, which I was reminded of by mention of the Dead or Alive Nude mod. Those are the clues you'll get. But I've had a copy of it sitting around as a joke for Well, I haven't had the copy, but I recently came back into possession of the copy that's been passed around between my friends and I as a joke for... Earth? For years. Many, many years. Now, I don't know if I don't remember, like, I remember the game controlling extremely poorly. I remember it controlling extremely poorly and being, like, just totally fucked beyond belief. In terms of the actual mechanical game. And, like, the graphics were not really up to snuff. But it might be a really funny game to stream as a result of all of those issues. I don't think I've seen anyone stream it, so it should be pretty fun. Pretty fun and pretty funny. I do need to get my Xbox, like, set up, though, and, like, I guess updated? Because I have, like, a bunch of, like, Xbox Arcade games, if it's even called that now. Xbox Arcade. They might have changed the name several times. Because I have a bunch of those games that might be fun to hook up and play. I like how his mount just, like, randomly died from the poison damage. But, yeah, it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. I'm gonna get that set up pretty soon so I can, like, capture it and everything. And it's good because it's a mystery, because I think maybe... I don't think many people have actually played this game. I bet a lot of people are aware of it, but it's in a, like, janky enough obscurity that it'll be fun for a lot of people because they won't have seen much of it. Maybe, like, screenshots or a like sample gameplay video. But I plan to play through it with it is not girl fight. It is not girl fight. I plan to play all the way through it with at least one character. I don't know if there's differences between different characters or anything like that. I gotta check and make sure it's not on like the banned list for no reason. It shouldn't be. There's no explicit content in it that I'm aware of. But you know how Twitch is. No, it's not Fight Club. It's not Fight Club. But yeah, it should be interesting. Should be interesting. There's a blacklist for certain games. And what's interesting is, like, outside of, like, tremendous nudity and getting a report, streaming those games at all and getting reported, it's like, it doesn't even matter if there's nudity in the game. You can get banned for streaming them. Yeah, and it's like, it's weird because, like, I think Leisure Suit Larry's on there. Like, some of the Leisure Suit Larry games that have, like, zero explicit content are on there. Alone in the Dick isn't on there, but Alone in the Dick, Alone in the Dick is kind of a gross game in terms of its content. It's like a pretty uncomfortable game. I wouldn't want to stream it. Yeah, big gross meme. Oh, did they take Leisure Suit Larry off? Finally? Yeah, BMX XXX is one of the other hilarious ones on there. Game that finally sank Acclaim. Oh man, remember when the Acclaim branding was used for a like kung fu MMO, but it was like somebody had just bought the Acclaim name and was wearing it like the skin of their dead parents. It is Rumble Roses. It's not Rumble Roses technically. It's Rumble Roses XX. The, like, expanded version, I guess. That enemy was blocking while stunned. Yeah, Rumble Roses XX. I've never seen anyone even, like, talk about that game. It doesn't even come up in, like, oh, bad game stuff. It's just, like, soundly forgotten. Was that a... Oh, it's a shaman. Come back here, you bird. Get owned. Oh, Raz played it once? Took the original and gutted it. Good. I don't even know what kind of guys I'm killing. Goodness. And was the original on 360 or was it on like OG Xbox? Yeah, it's impossible to play. It is that. PS2. Interesting. I might have to do the original as well. I can play PS2 games. That's a thing I can do. Another side area. Looks like it might be secret. Over here somewhere. Ah, yes. This passageway that's clear. If you're not looking at the map. Let's zoom in and watch the punching going on. Oh, what was that? I'm a little worried when I see.
I think I'm being followed. What could they want from me?
June CBS, thank you for the follow. I'm getting a little worried about these polygons that are showing up in the sky.
I think I'm being followed.
Reset the game.
What could they want from me?
I saw Rumble Roses in like some store, and I was like, "This looks like shit. Let's buy this as a joke for my friend." Ukes, yeah, Ukes sounds familiar. Ukes has developed quite a lot of games, I think. Raz played Rumble Roses on PS2. Interesting. Yeah, brand new content. Yeah, there are some graphical glitches. Let's hard power the system and restart. I recall seeing similar glitches when I was testing this off of SMB connection before. So it could be a loading issue. Oh, Mash B. I missed your follow. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to go turn my air conditioning on. It's getting a little warm in here. Snow and earthquakes. That's not a good combination of weather. I hope you're able to stay safe. Red Fang Camp. Yep, there we go. All right, here we go.
My God, that's fantastic.
Tobor, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. That means I missed Kingsfield. Oh, no. Dang. Folks, if you don't already, you should check out... if you don't follow Tobor already, you don't know Tobor, you should check out his
that's fantastic.
channel, Tiger Max Z. Thank you for the host. Tobor is developing a game called Savage, the Shard of Gosen, which is a really fun game. Really great little platformer with an overworld, kind of like Zelda 2. Really, really fun game. Really fun game. Oh, this just loops around. I'm a dummy. Tobor's game is very good. Tobor has very entertaining streams. He has the best raid alert on Twitch as well. This is just an empty little area here. Welcome back, Tobor. How was Kingsfield other than butt hurting? Did you make any progress? You need to get a king's chair. You know, I'll be honest. When I got employed again last year, a year ago or whatever, you think you made progress. Well, that's all that's needed. The sense of accomplishment, whether you accomplished anything or not. Yeah, when I became employed again after a fairly long period of unemployment, the first thing I did, because I work from home, the first thing I did was I got a fancy chair. I got a Herman Miller Aeron chair. And let me tell you, I could not, I cannot tell you how much better than any other chair it is. It's incredible. There's almost no fatigue from sitting in the chair all day. I don't have any of the back pain. I have a messed up back. I have a 40-degree curve in my lower spine from lumbar scoliosis, and I don't get back pain throughout the day. It costs over $1,000. It costs $1,200, but It's literally the best chair I've ever used in my life. So, if you can ever justify buying one, there's like, from what I've ever seen, there's no reason to buy a chair anywhere in between like the cheapest office chair you can find and this chair. Like, you're thinking of buying a couple $100 worth of chair, it's probably not going to be very good. It's like the people who know how to make good chairs make $1,000 chairs, and everyone else makes like, yeah. Like the chair I had before this one that was like on its way out was fine. It was a fine chair, and I got it for like $60 at Office Depot. Yeah, if you can get a chair for free, then yeah, definitely go for it. But like I had like a $60 chair I got at Office Depot when I first moved to California, and that was fine for a long time. But yeah, getting them secondhand is also a reasonable way to get them. But one of the good things about one of the great things about Aeron chairs is their what's the word I'm looking for? Their warranty. They have like a 10-year warranty for like repairs. So like once you get one, you're gonna have it for a very long time unless you horribly mistreat it. Fine Assassin's Ring, Constitution of Wisdom. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that Assassin's Ring. Shoddy. You don't need that garbage stuff. There we go. Yeah. One of these days, Tobor, when you achieve medium sales, I hope you get yourself an Aeron so that you can sit in comfort. A true king's chair. Medium chair. Yeah. Ooh, I have a little coffee left. Yeah, Stuck Thread. I have an Aeron, Herman Miller Aeron chair. It is absolutely excellent. I've heard that some people don't work well for some people. So one of the things that I do recommend is when you shop for a chair, always go sit in one, and don't just sit in it for like a minute. Sit in it for like 5 to 10 minutes. Like, tell the salesperson, be like, I'm gonna be here for a little while. You can come back in like 10 minutes. And then just sit there for about 10 minutes and let it like let it soak, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, you're like, bring a laptop and your PlayStation and be like, hold on, I'm going to play Kingsfield for like a couple hours here. Don't mind me. What's your Wi-Fi password? The key thing is that how low to the ground? You can put it pretty low. I use it between half height and full height for the desks that I have. But I have a shorter than it should be torso compared to my legs. So, like, I end up sitting higher in chairs than I should. But the key thing about shopping for a chair is when you first sit in a chair, it will feel different than what you're used to. And you won't know whether the, like, effects of long-term fatigue from sitting in it, how that will apply to you. So it's worth taking some time to, like, figure out if the chair is going to work for you after several minutes. Because you can, like, sit in a chair and be like, yeah, this feels great. And then, like, you get it home and you, like, you sit in it for 10 minutes and you're like, oh, this doesn't feel great after 10 minutes. But the Aeron chair, the thing I like about it specifically, there's two things I like about it specifically. It's made from a mesh material, so it doesn't heat up. It allows airflow to reach your butt and your back, so you don't get all, like, swampy. You stay relatively cool. No, here's the thing. Aeron chairs they're extremely expensive, and they're not right for everybody because, like, oh, that's not good. Whoops. I don't want to run that fast in here. They're extremely expensive, and they're not for everyone, right? You might sit in it and be like, oh, this does weird things to my thighs. I don't like the way that the edge of the chair interfaces with the mesh material. That's a thing a lot of people complain about, and it's a valid complaint. But the way it supports my back. The other thing is, Aeron sells extremely overpriced, like, lumbar support things, which are garbage. They're just a piece of plastic. And unless you know specifically that the chair feels bad on your back without it, then don't get the lumbar support, because it's like a $150 cheap piece of plastic. You can adjust the lumbar support on the chair without the lumbar support, though. It's just a mesh, so it doesn't, like, it supports your back in the right way if you have the right posture. If you're sitting in the chair in such a way that, like, your back is pushing through the mesh too much, then, like, you're sitting wrong, and you need to adjust how you're sitting to feel better, which you should.
Once upon a time, a blue-eyed boy from the Old West learned one of life's cruelest lessons: that evil was bigger than his gun. So he followed the footsteps of a mysterious master to the Far East, where he learned the secrets of the sword and came back home with the heart of a gunman and the soul of a samurai.
Glow fists for life.
Hey, Diggle. Thank you. Thank you for the 13 months. 13 months. Incredible support. Really appreciate it. Yeah, glowy fists. And sometimes throwing knives that just kill stuff with damage over time. Oh, hey, we leveled up. We got a point. Let's put a point in. Well, it'll be a dead point, but let's put a point in strength. We can't improve unarmed combat anymore. It is maxed out. But we can improve combat reflexes. And we can improve crushing blow to add more damage. But yeah, the hands are glowing because what do we want? Death blow? Yeah, we're going to increase our critical hit because our critical hit is, like, maxed out. We're using fine flashing studded leather gloves, which give us +5 improved critical and +5 combat reflexes. Hey, this machine hugs. Welcome. Welcome. Man, 93 damage. We're gonna break 100 damage on unarmed hits. That's pretty good. I gotta be careful not to use sprint in here because the data streaming seems to be going slower in this area. Yeah, Audiogs are like... they're really stupid monsters. One of the best stupid monsters. I think the Decapus is also a really stupid monster. Red Fang base, yes. Yeah, 100 damage unarmed. Audiophiles are the worst monsters. Oh. Oh. Can I just fall in the pit here and die? Is that a thing that can happen? Yeah, you can just die in a pit. That's good. Your adventure has ended. Alright, Tabasco Punk. Have a good tuna salad. On chicken soup. Sounds incredible. I wonder if you can sprint over a pit. Oh man, they're shooting fireballs and magic missiles at me. I better punch them. Oh, get punched. Oops. 15 gold and an amulet. Yeah, you can sprint over pits. You can sprint over pits really far too. Like I jumped a huge section there. I could get into some real trouble with this ability. What the heck? There's like a little strand of map that's not filled in there. Wait, shit, did I just went in a circle. I went in a big damn circle. What the hell? Sometimes treasure falls down the hole and disappears forever. What an improvement. What a good improvement they've made to this game. What am I missing here? Are there like secrets on the edge if I go out there? No. No, just a wall. Oh yeah, man. Something you really needed. Oh, I see. I see where I'm meant to go. Up here. A 100 damage. Did 100 damage with melee, with unarmed melee attack. Ooh, a remarkable dagger. Oh, did I just, like, block off the way I'm supposed to go? No. Oh, here's the way I'm supposed to go. It's a Red Fang base. I want some more of these smoked almonds. Are good streaming snack.
Boss! This is the one what I told you about!
The Red Queen. Okay. I want to point out I have 100% slow and stun resistance.
My God, that's fantastic.
Old school leg. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're punching the Red Queen here. Oh, I guess you're supposed to block when that happens? Or just punch her? Out of existence? Wounded, the Red Queen disappears. You hear the sound of grinding stone. Welcome, everyone. This is Nude Dwarf Game 2, Nude Elf Game. Because the dwarf wasn't nude in this version, so we had to change our character. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. The nude dwarf thing goes back to when I played Dark Alliance 1. Oh, there we go. Get a jump. A bloody footprint. A bloody footprint can be seen on the ground here. The Red Queen must have fled down this secret passage. Pursue her and put an end to the Red Fang marauders. So yeah, we played Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance with the dwarf. And the dwarf starts out with like clothing that has weight, but doesn't give you any armor. It's pointless. So the first thing I did was remove and sell all of my clothing. And then I realized, like, armor doesn't really do anything for you in the Dark Alliance games. So it's better just to play without armor and not have to worry about, like, carrying 30 extra weight for, 30 extra weight available for your loot, your treasure that you're going to sell later on. Enter escape passage. Man, it's full of rats that I'm doing 80 damage to unarmed. That's a dead end. Shit. Oh, right. I have the, like, immune to arrows skill, like, leveled up pretty high. Oh, here we go. Got him. Oh. Oh, they have a decanter of endless arrows in them. So they're getting all those arrows in that trap there. Oh, wait, can we do this? Can we do this? Hold on. Hold on now. Whoops. Whoopsie. I don't think that's how that is supposed to go. I don't think that's how that room is supposed to go at all. Whatever. We're here. Oh man, the Audiog. Audiogs are such a good monster that they made like 3 different versions of them before templates even existed, or monster templates existed. Okay, now let's work in reverse. How are we supposed to solve this? Or do I just, like, guess? Oh no. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh, here we go. I made it out. There's at least, there's like there's Audiogs, large Audiogs, and Neo-Audiogs or something? They probably made a bunch of like templatized ones, like Undead Audiog and fucking Beholder Audiog. Once they introduced templates, but before templates they even had like several versions. I only ever know they're like regular and Neo ones though, because those are the ones that were in the gold box games. And they had 2 different sprites for the regular ones. They had the is it Curse of the Azure Bonds had a sprite, and then the later games had a different sprite. Firewind Cellar.
Mistress, the base has been penetrated.
Penetrated.
The red fangs are scattered. Impossible. By whom? Adventurers, my lady, from Baldur's Gate. They somehow found the camp and assaulted it directly. But you defeated them? No, mistress. I was forced to flee. They followed me into the passage.
They what? You worthless thing!
I should have had Luvia make me another brute, like Argish, to think of the expense of having you created in my image, only to see you fail me.
Mistress, please. I won't disappoint you again.
No,
Clonk.
You won't.
Oh no. Oh man. What a twist. What a turn of events. Created in her own image. What we got here? Incredibly robust dogs with like 100 hit points. Punch the heads off of these guys. $121. Is that how many hit points the dogs have? Extremely robust dogs. Oh, I did 121 damage. Barrel. Push false wall. This door is already open. Look at that. We found a secret door. Not in this game, it doesn't. 1d8 HP. No. You mean 10d12 plus 100. All right. No. 33, 35, 67. Okay, so they have they have less than 130 HP. 77. They have more than 77. 37, 22, 31, 26. They have over 100 HP, though. Incredibly robust dogs in here. Beefy dogs. Oh, a chest that I wouldn't have been able to get to from the other side. And a false wall here. Pull loose stone. Ah, there we go. There we go. Good. Secrets. Many secrets. C-Tech Astronomy. Yeah, I used to really like that movie. I haven't watched it in a while. Dogs with class levels. That's a good idea. Yeah, what's the barbarian prestige class? What's a prestige class that a barbarian would end up taking? A dog with levels of Dwarven Defender. Oh. Those weren't monsters that I can punch. I cannot jump over these stools. My chance to avoid arrows is very high, apparently. Save. Doggone dungeons. Yeah, they have like 120 HP or something. Haha! Thought you could trick me with your fireball barrel combo trap. Well, not this Dark Elf monk. Man, do I have points to spend? No points, no points. Somewhere, a door opened. Alright, this is an incredibly inefficient cellar, mostly passageways and like no storage areas. Not surprised they're just leaving stuff around in the corridors. Hey. You can't aim down. Wait, what? Why Why is my laser, like, reflecting? What? My laser sight is reflecting off of something. Oh, very strange. I went up there and killed all the dudes and then like didn't open the chest. You would think with stuff like the recall magic and instant teleportation. Yeah.
Welcome to Firewind Manor, adventurer.
Oh, good. Item creation doesn't come cheap. Escape Firewind Dungeon. Lady Arogazia Firewind, the true power behind the Red Fang Marauders, has dropped you into a dungeons beneath her manor. You must escape and confront her to complete your quest. Done. Yeah, maybe no architects is the problem. They like get a bunch of flesh golems down there and they're like, start digging, I'll tell you when to stop, and then they like forget the stop part.
As well as imports from Waterdeep and Arm.
We're gonna see. We're gonna use the we're gonna use this padded armor as a test to see if we can get any different stuff out of we can get any different stuff out of the main armor piece than we would get out of
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a
fine
decade.
crossbow we might want to upgrade as well. But let's see, main armor piece. Moonstone. Reduces duration of slow stun. Reflect melee damage. Increased treasure drops. +1 power attack. Resistance to elemental stuff. Shield expert. Magic energy and minus weight. Now, if we went with this, if we went with diamond. Hey, 10 elements. Welcome back.
From time to time.
Yeah, we could go with some other stuff, but that would require actually getting those gems and stuff.
Seeking arms and armor?
This
I
though.
have everything you need right here.
Not moonstone. We want what is it? Coral. We want coral on here. It'll give us 100% to minimum damage. Is it emerald? No. We want oh, we don't have any jade.
My prices are always more than fair,
Cleave on a
friend. What are you
crossbow.
looking
How does
for?
that even work? We could do rubies. Which cause 5 bleeding per second for 5 seconds. It's not very good though. We'll hold off on doing anything with that. Yeah. Yeah, Wizards just doing everything with no oversight.
I receive new shipments frequently, so if you don't see something here now, check back from time to
And
time.
yeah, we can get like this fine armor, which is going to be better than that one anyway. Receives new shipments frequently. But it's fine. Sell off this padded armor. We'll use leather armor, fine studded leather if we end up doing that.
From someone else.
Which we probably won't. It's fine.
I can't do that here. I can't do that here. I can't do that here.
So now that we figured out that Lady Firewind is behind it, we can't tell the captain of the guard that that's the reason, that's what's going on. We have to go deal with it on our own. We have to recall back into the dungeon to deal with the threat. She's too rich to arrest. This game's interesting because, like, they don't they don't give you enough gold ever to really experiment with what are powerful builds. So you can very easily, like, make the game, like, extremely hard by spending your money wrong. Also, extremely beefy skeletons with like 100 hit points. Somewhere between like 60 and 100 hit points. That guy has at least 110, 135. Ooh, treasure. Here we go. There we go. Moving on. Moving on, Cursal left and right. Oh, skeleton in a barrel. That's a good trick. Skeleton in a barrel. Magical animated skeleton in a barrel that will come out if you break the barrel. If I was a wizard, I'd do that trick all the time. I think I should maybe put, instead of, I should maybe put cleave on something. Wait, was there a... was there a lever back here? I guess I'll be backtracking to here. I'm playing as the monk, the dark elf monk. Oh, hey, that's good. Wait, push loose stone. Did that open? No, it opened a side passage, I guess. Unbreakable barrels in this area. Punch the pots. Yes, my dash is now level 15 or level 10, or I don't know. It's either level 10 or level 11, depending on how the max out works. Oh, that's good. That's good. Just running past the traps because I move at fucking light speed. Okay, somewhere a door has opened. That means this one up here. I can move faster than the loading speed. And this is loading from SD card. So if you were playing this on a hey, Animal Crossing's a good game, you know. Folks can stream whatever they like, and there's always plenty of other stuff to watch. somebody's streaming something you're not too fond of, you know, always just find something else. There's plenty of people streaming all kinds of stuff all the time. Yeah, if I was playing off disc, like a real off my real physical disc, it would probably crash the game to use that high of a speed. We can like, I don't know if there were supposed to be traps in that area I just went through. Presumably there were traps. Oh, it was just a bunch of doors that open, I see. Yeah, so this is much more resilient to crashing from running too fast. Oh, we can open this door on our own. There's 2 doors we can open for no reason. Yeah, zoom. We can zoom pretty well. That's a door that's opened by a lever somewhere, presumably. Maybe this lever. Good. Oh, there's good. How do we get in there? How do we get that treasure? There must be a loose brick somewhere. In one of these skeleton rooms. Right? Loose brick? Loose brick? No? Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. Pushed a loose brick. Ah, yes, that opened it. Good, several dozen gold. Summoning a giant skeleton is a good spell. It's always good to, if you're working on an early game project, it's always good to, like, keep your scope kind of small and think about, like, that thing you really want to do. Sometimes you want to do that, like, second. Do a really small thing first that you can make mistakes on and not feel too bad when it doesn't turn out perfectly the way you want. Unless you're a lunatic like Tobor and you're like just gonna make an incredible game right out of the gate.
And for that, you must perish.
You've gazed upon the crypts of the House Feldane living, and for that you must perish. House Feldane, is this not Firewind Manor?
The manor of Feldane it was, before a great conflagration destroyed it. Firewind is the manse Aragazia built upon its ruins. Curse her soul.
Why do you curse her?
Because her audacity would reveal the shame of the Feldane. That these hideous ghouls are all that remain of the once glorious family.
How did that happen?
Decades past, my family fell into a corrupting spiral of hedonistic decadence and sadism. Over the years, their acts became so depraved that they devolved into incestuous, drug-crazed cannibals.
Sounds like a fun time.
Those who died rose again as flesh-eating ghouls. As a ghost, I could only silently witness the atrocity of it all. Fortuitously, a freak accident destroyed the manor and hid any evidence of the Feldane's terrible secret. Until now, may the hells take that vile woman. But you can help me. You must destroy the manor again, and with it, the shame of House Feldane.
My services carry a price, spirit, whether or not my employer is alive. The Aristocats! Very good, Ashen Circle, very good.
Rest assured that I will make it worth your while. The Feldanes are not ones to shirk debts.
I will do what I can, spirit.
We will meet again once you have succeeded living, at which time you will know the gratitude of House Feldane. Farewell.
Okay. I love to have the gratitude of horny cannibals. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing to have. Maybe they'll help me regain my my own noble house that's been forsaken. They're ghouls. Look at that. There's ghouls here. And skeleton archers. Why are skeleton archers so popular? Why is that such a thing? Like, of all the things for skeletons to be, archers, the thing that, like, seems to happen the most. I find that very strange. Yeah, skeleton archers, right? Yeah, like Dark Souls has it. Fucking Diablo has tons of skeleton archers. They're a big thing in that. Yeah, I don't know if did it start with Diablo 1? I know Diablo 1 had it, but I feel like even older much older games had skeleton archers is like a big thing. Not the gold box games though. Skeletons were purely melee combatants in gold box. Or at least the early gold box. I wonder why that became such an archetype. Skeleton in a box. Woo! Oh, that was a ghast. But instead of paralyzing you with its stench, it only poisons you. That's okay, though. I've got, like, unbelievable HP regen. Ooh. chest. Hell yeah, buddy! I'll help your manor. I'm also gonna take all the treasure from it. Skeleton in a box. Yes, it is pretty close to it's pretty close to being a coffin. However, in this case, it was just like a shipping crate. Generally, don't want to find skeletons in those. It's an unpleasant surprise. When you order something from eBay and you get a shipping crate, and instead of your I don't know, whatever it is you ordered, you get an animated living skeleton that attacks you. It's a good thing fantasy wizards don't have access to the internet. Yeah, this isn't a Surströmming or whatever stupid IKEA name for a table. Mimic Amazon boxes, yeah. Yeah, the mimic would have such a great time in modern society. Oh man, I was so a while back, quite some time ago, I had an idea. I did some preliminary work on a design for a game I was thinking about. There are digital mimics. It's called computer viruses. So I did some preliminary design work on an idea for a game. That I never really did any. I never did any engineering work on. Mainly because the scope of the game, to make it work and to make it good, the scope would be too large for me to accomplish on my own. But I had an idea that was basically like a pre-World War I pre-World War I era kind of Lovecraftian Cthulhu mythos horror cinematic platform of a sort, right? Basically like a kind of 2D Alone in the Dark 1. It's like a cinematic platform. But with a little bit more of a complicated simulationist approach. In that, like, what I wanted to do was have the horror elements of the game, like, the horror elements of the game present themselves as the unreliable narrator of a game space, right? That you couldn't be sure about what the game was telling you and what it wanted you to do. And have that... Ooh, Imperial padded gloves. Still armor 1. Remarkable sturges boots. We're good on boots. We're good on that stuff. And the idea being that some stuff in the game would be intentionally unreliable and would be based on hidden mechanics. So you wouldn't waltz through the game and be like, okay, I know exactly everything that's going on. Maybe if you had a guide, and even if you had a guide, you'd still have to pay close attention to the game. You'd have to be looking at the game and paying attention, because the more you do that, the more involved you are in playing the game, the better, like, surprising elements or scary elements or unsettling elements affect you, because you're more invested. But the idea, there were a couple of ideas of, like, certain elements of the game being like very explicit, right? Like, for example, I wanted to have the game use a like mouse-based looking and aiming mechanic because it's natural, right? It's natural to do that. Kind of like what's that game? Shadow Complex. Shadow Complex did like 2D. Shadow Complex did like 2D aiming with a mouse or with the right stick, like very well. It executed that very well. Its story left a lot to be desired, but mechanically the game was like very, very solid in many of those aspects. So something like that, but no aiming line. No, not necessarily anything more than like your character's head turning unless you had a weapon drawn. In which case the character would obviously, they'd be doing something like pointing the weapon. But part of it would be that all of the elements of the game's like systems would be, all of the elements of the game's systems would be influenced behind the scenes and have a great deal to do with how individual enemies how you dealt with individual enemies and how they approached you with regards to their AI. So, for example, like, there would be enemies that tried to stay in darkness, right? They would try to stay in the darkness, and like if you had a flashlight and your character was shining a flashlight around, the enemies would run away from wherever the light was. And they would try to sneak up on you in the dark behind you and attack you. That's one of the very like, should I just like run into a torch and burn my face on it? That's one of the like simpler mechanics. Another being that like, as you go through an area, there's plenty of like background objects and stuff, right? And whenever you look at a scene, the scene would stay the way that it was the last time you saw it until it went off screen or until you looked at it again. And certain things that happened would give your character an idea of what had happened, so you would see those effects happen in real time. So, for example, if you hear breaking glass from behind you and there's only one window on screen, you'd see the glass break, right? Because your character knows. They know that the glass is broken. But one of the ideas was to have mimics in the game, which would they would follow you. And because of the way the game was set up, you'd walk through an area and there'd be a bunch of background objects, couches, clocks, other kinds of stuff. And there would be different mimics of different sizes and different types who would mimic certain objects and follow you around. But if you saw them when you entered a room, it would just be an item that wasn't in the room last time you were there. But because the game would need to have some kind of procedural generation, maybe the major elements of the game would be the same, but like how the furniture in the living room is set up would be different in each playthrough. So you'd have to remember for this playthrough, what did the living room look like if you wanted to spot the mimic. You'd need to use your own memory. Oh, summon giant skeletons. Yeah, so the new Prey did a lot of the stuff that I was thinking about in terms of that, where like there would be mimic objects that would kind of like stalk you, and you'd have to remember what they were, because that stuff was different or slightly different every time through. So another thing that would happen is like you might like walk past a mimic, and then the mimic would just start stalking you, but you'd still see the object that was the mimic on the screen behind you until it attacked and you turn around. So it would always get the drop on you, and if it didn't kill you, it would try to attack you once and then run away. and like keeping the enemies kind of in this like skirmish state, and making wounding and health kind of like I said, kind of simulationist in terms of like the approach to it, right? It's not necessarily a simulation of like wounds and harm, but it's like the enemies are trying to wear you down, right? They know that you have limits, and like taking one hit and then the enemy running away is a huge problem for you, because it means you're losing a precious resource. Health isn't unlimited. Health doesn't just regenerate over time. And that kind of stuff all combined together with like light mechanics and things like that. Some enemies, for example, you might only be able to see them when your view intersects with a mirror in the level. You hear voices. From just inside the chamber ahead, you hear two people talking. You can slip into the nearby alcove and eavesdrop, or you can barge in and interrupt them. Slip into the alcove.
That is grave news, Lady Aragazia. But no matter. The four foundations are nigh within the grasp of my patrons. When the tower is theirs, the reward for your aid will make what your brigands brought you seem a paltry sum.
I should hope so, Khan. These schemes have grown even more tiresome than looting forgotten tombs and stealing other dragon hordes had become.
Other
Fear
dragon
not.
hordes.
The Zentarum leave no debt unpaid. That is why I work for them after all. Now about this meddler, or meddlers? How many of these adventurers have you caught?
Do not concern yourself. They are mine to deal with. Nothing will escape those dungeons. Especially not after I bring this manor burning down atop them.
You intend to destroy your home?
Home? Ah! I grow weary of this tiny structure. No. With the red fangs scattered and the hands of glory's work done, I will retire to my lair. Your masters will know how to find me should they require my services again. Farewell, Khan.
Farewell, my lady.
You there, come here. What? Did you think I could not sense your foul presence?
Oh, she knew we were there.
Does your chest swell with pride, adventurer? Imagining that you've accomplished something of import? Oh, but you're too late. I am finished with this place. Even my treasure has been moved. Nothing awaits you here but death. You are but an insect, mindlessly scuttling across the last page of a book before it is crushed by the closing of the cover.
A coward's boast, Aragazia. Perhaps I'll carve it on your headstone with my fists.
Foolish little creature. Before I turn this hovel into your funeral pyre, I shall bless you with a glimpse of grace.
Enlarge.
Gaze trembling upon my true form, worm, and cower before the might of Izagora, the Red Death.
Oh, she's gonna turn into a dragon.
Burn.
Oh, we don't get to fight her. You flee the burning I misread that. I almost said you flee the burning grand balloon as Izagora crashes through the roof. You must escape Firewind Manor before the inferno consumes you. She just fucking leaves, yeah. Alright. Alright. We escape into a different, completely different, what is going on here? Why am I like randomly taking damage? This is one of those things where you can go the wrong way and just die because you picked wrong.
I haven't
Fitting. The manner a crucible yet again, sealing away the impurity of the remaining Feldane. I thank you, living. Here is your reward. Farewell.
Get +1 Grand Ring of Fire. +1 Remarkable Sacred Amulet. 1,000 gold coins and 250 measly experience. Fuck you, Ghost. You suck. Return to Baldur's Gate. But yeah, I was talking about a game idea that I had quite a while back.
Ho, you're quite the adventurer, friend. With the red fangs gone, I can start running wagons to Waterdeep again. Too bad that dragon got away, though, huh?
Why is he laughing about that? That doesn't seem like a good thing to laugh about. Grand Ring of Fire. Does it have Jacinth? +1 Strength. Okay. Okay, we've got the ring and the amulet and the thing we're gonna make. We can ditch Great Fortitude. We have potions for that. And I think Bless and Sunder don't even work. I think those are activated items. Remarkable Sacred Amulet, Runestone and Diamond that just gives Bless +1. We'll just sell that directly. Shoddy Skill Boots, Shoddy Iron Shield. We can sell this Remarkable Sacred Amulet. Now we have to duplicate this Jacinth because I don't think he sells it yet. Alright, he doesn't sell it yet. He doesn't sell anything that would use it. So we need things we need. We need what are we gonna put on a ring though? Let's see. We're gonna put
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen as well as
put Iron Will on there. I think that gives you faster energy regen. Iron Will. We could do Coral to ignore knockback. So we could ignore 100% of knockback. I think that might be good, right? Or we can ignore 50% of knockback. No, we can do 100%. This is going to take some capital. We need to save. We need to save the game. Yeah, we're saving all of these fights for later. Also, question, if the Red Queen enemy that got killed by Firewind was made in her image, doesn't that mean it was also a dragon? Or what? I don't get it. I don't get how that works. Import. Okay, we're going to import. Now we have to be careful about this because we need to import this guy. A wildly exploding book on the main street. There's one in the inn as well. Very common thing for folks in Baldur's Gate to experience. I can get moonstones and rubies. I probably need pearls and coral. Oh, I can't drop that. Okay. Wait, wrong controller. This one. In the Forgotten Realms, magic is commonplace, like exploding books. As long as it doesn't hurt you, you're probably fine with it. That's what I assume. Okay. Pick up all this stuff. They're also fine with people just standing on the street dropping gems on the ground and then someone else picking them up. Overwrite save game 2. Boom. Oh right, he's got this extra armor and stuff. that we're going to use eventually. Yeah. We didn't even try to fight her. She just did all the work for us. Gimme, 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 gimme. Good. I guess I don't need to duplicate all this stuff. Because when we swap this guy out, the Jacinth is the only one we can't get. Except import. That one. Yep. Good. First thing we're going to do is we're going to find the Jacinth. Drop it. Pick up the Jacinth. How many do we have now? He should have 2. Yeah, he's got 2. Save the game. Drop the 2 Jacinth. Pick up all these rings and jewelry. Oops. Decline. What are you doing, game? Come on. Apparently I have soft locked the game by declining saving the configuration. Let's reset it. It's fine, we just saved it, so it should be fine. Yeah, the ridiculous item duping is without it, the game would be kind of tedious because like everything costs money. Everything costs tons of money. And then the amount of money in the game is finite, effectively. So you're like, if you prepare wrong, your character is gonna be like at a disadvantage for the majority of the game until you catch up on money. Okay. Now where were we? I think we want to load this one. Yeah, you can't refight. There's no refighting. You might be able to return to certain side areas and get new enemies, but like the rate of gold acquisition is incredibly slow in doing so. I don't care about any of this other stuff. We can buy and deconstruct for those. The one we really need is the Jacinth. Hey, FaZe, what's up? Come on, FaZe. Come on, FaZe. You know better than that. We need to add... Is the Necromancer an elf as well? Yasurin. Oh, wait. We need to... Drop the Jacinth. Ah, he's a moon elf. Pick up Jacinth. Save. On this one. Game has been saved. Load game. This one. Takes a while to build up stock. So we need to import. Yasurin. I don't remember the Necromancer at all. At all. I think when I played this before, I played as the Dwarf. I think I played as the Dwarf. Okay. Jacinth. We need 32 Jacinth. So... Man, I got dehydrated yesterday, and, like, got the sniffles all day today, because, like, my, what am I doing? What am I doing? I wanna load in... Oh, no, this is intended. This is totally normal. Perfectly normal game. Perfectly normal game here. Oh, right, we do need to save it with her so we can... You know what, I don't care. We'll just do this. This is fine. It's a little slower, but whatever. Get all of that.
I cannot do that here.
I cannot do that here. Save it there. Perfectly normal game going on here. But what we need, the reason why we're doing any of this is we need a lot of this this gem, Jacinth. We need at least 32 of it, possibly more, depending on what it gives us when we put it in various armor pieces. Just playing a game, Reg. Just playing a normal game on the internet. Perfectly normal, regular game that anyone might choose to play in a normal fashion. All right, here we go. This one, we're getting close. We're getting close. So we're gonna do this. Yeah, because the rest of these I can get really easily by just having him just taking the items from the shop and breaking them down. That should be fine for this. Yep. Perfectly normal game. Real hardware. That's how we roll. As everyone knows, I'm sure everyone here knows, it's literally impossible to cheat or to exploit a game when you're playing on real hardware. That's why a lot of speedruns require real hardware. Because you can't cheat or exploit. There's no glitches. It's the way the game is 100% meant to be played. It really levels the playing field. That's what real hardware does. No, not sarcasm at all. It's just truth. That's how hardware works. Topless Moon Elf game, yeah. Oh, there's no glitches. They get all this. Are these like townspeople stealing my gems? This is PlayStation 2, Diggle. PlayStation 2. My PlayStation 1 is out of commission currently. I need to send my PSIO back to Australia.
Welcome back, friend.
I'd like to see your workshop.
Seeking arms and armor? I have everything you need right here.
Oh, we gotta sell some stuff. Yeah, why would you put glitches in a game? They're all emulator errors, really, when it comes down to it. Yeah, the PSIO stopped working. I'm thinking about I might just switch to using emulator for a while for the PSIO, for the Japanese PlayStation stuff.
Well, it's simple. If my prices are always more than fair, friend.
Just because it'll be easier, and you know, Charomera is such a good game. Now, let's see. Give me this. What does Jacinth do for
I receive new shipments free.
armor of fire?
So
25% fire resistance. We don't give a shit about that.
Check back from time to time.
Let's.
I can't do that here.
Save the game on our regular save. On this save. We're going to have to break our gloves. This is Dark Alliance 2, yeah.
I can't do that here. I can't do
Dark
that
Alliance
here.
2.
Welcome back, friend. You'll find
Workshop.
no other merchant with quality and prices to match mine.
This.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
And then upgrade, right? Yeah. What does Jacinth do for this? +1 to 6 fire damage, unarmed. We get plus 5 to 30 fire damage. I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth. I don't think that's worth the difference between the critical, the regular attack and the critical, and the speed upgrade.
Welcome back. Seeking arms and armor? I have everything.
Helmet does the same stuff as. I feel like plus power attack isn't going to do anything for the. I feel like power attack doesn't do anything for the.
You'll find no other merchant
For the monk. I feel like it doesn't do anything.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
+5 strength is what we want. And then not sprint. Sunder doesn't seem to be valuable. But ignore knockback. Seems like it would be. We might be able to just like no-sell everything. Right? The Grand Salamander's Ring. And so we can break this.
My prices are always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Looking for stuff you don't have, but make do with what you do have. Make my amulet. This coral. Oh, I don't have enough coral. Shit. I'll need to break down some rings of battle.
If you need weapons or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place. You'll find no other merchant.
I got too many rings of battle.
I've been supplying
It was unnecessary.
for over a decade.
But yeah, I think we want to do this. I think we want to do Grand Salamander's stuff for everything, right? Because what does this do? Iron Will would be interesting. Sanctuary we don't give a shit about. Bless doesn't matter. Sunder doesn't matter. Wisdom is pointless. Great Fortitude is okay, but I think we want this because this will let us. Yeah, this will basically just let us no sell every hit. Where's it?
My prices
extra
are always
fine
more than
rings
fair,
that we don't
friend.
need.
What are you looking for?
+5 Grand Salamander's Ring. That gives us 23 strength. So that'll be good. And then we can get another point of strength and we'll be good there. And then this doesn't make us significantly less nude. But it is technically armor, so like kind of don't want to use it. I don't know.
I can't do that here.
And then what? My boots have sprint on them, right? Sprint and great fortitude. And the helmet has power attack. Which I want to remove power attack from the helmet and give it elemental resist as well instead. Because I don't think power attack like even does anything for the monk. I can't confirm that though. Can't confirm that. I do need to take a quick break, though. Let's pause the timer. Pause the timer. Put on a little music. There we go. And I'll be right back. Incredible jams. But I'm back. Back to the game that doesn't have incredible jams. Back to Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance 2. Here we go. Now we saved the game. Gotta restart the timer. Start the timer here. There you go. And I think we're in pretty good shape. You know what? Fuck it. We get a little fancy little pauldron. And we get some extra. We get some extra magic we can use. Yeah, XDT is. When am I gonna join a dev team that makes a Violent Spirit Top Gunner game? Man, if I could facilitate a Top Gunner game, it would be incredible. Melee reflection, reduces duration of slow stun, increased treasure, power attack. Maybe I'll just, you know what? Maybe I'll just do this. Maybe I'll just do reflect damage. Reflect melee damage. Violent Spirit Top Gunner is a kind of anti-hero character, I guess you would say, in
I receive new shipments frequently.
so
if you don't see something here now.
Fuck, what is the proper name of that show? Metalder? Metalder show? It's got a longer title that I can't remember right now. Treasure drops? Shield expert? What if I did emerald to reduce weight? Do
My
that.
shop carries the finest armor and weapons, the work of local master craftsmen as well as
Actually, you know
imports
what?
from Waterdeep
You know
and
what? 25% fire resistance, plus 12% fire resistance, 35%. He starts out as a villain, but through the course of the show,
Seeking arms and armor?
he
I
becomes
have
friends with
everything you need.
the main character, Metalder, and it is because of his doctrine of fair play that they become friends, and he realizes the Mechanical Violator Hokkaider. I think Hokkaider was from a different show. Yeah, Chojinki Metalder. I think Hokkaider was from a different earlier show. The, weirdo Western one, right? I love the pun. The pun in Hokkaider's name. Hakkaida. Which is, I think, the imperative. It's like the imperative for destroy. Destroy as a command.
Ha! She left a sellsword and returned a heroine. My men informed me of your success. The marauders scattered and the she-dragon gone. For now. Fine work. Worthy of the city's gold. Here, your reward. Along with all our thanks and best hopes.
Farewell. You got 3,000 gold. You gained 3,000 experience points. Fucking garbage. Yeah, Kikider. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Android Kikider. Which, to be fair, a lot of Metalder is influenced by Hokkaider. Or Kikider. There's what's the one in Metalder where it's hold on. I gotta look this up. Armed Army Violent Spirit Chubo.
Oh ho, is that a swagger I see in your stride? Shall I now bow to thee as you pass, destroyer of the Red Fang Marauders? So, what happened?
More. The Red Fangs were led by a dragon, Izagora, who used sorcery to disguise herself as a noblewoman. He had been funding Luvia's work and controlled the Hands of Glory.
Ah, dragons, avaricious and slothful, for all their might. Yes, I heard one had been seen flying northwest from the Cloak Wood.
She set fire to the manor there and left, thinking it a death trap.
Haha, avaricious, slothful, and arrogant. You've done well, adventurer. Tales of your deeds are spreading even beyond the city's walls. I have a friend that wishes to meet you. Please return to the abandoned warehouse. You'll find him there.
Who is this friend?
His name is Jarek. He's a man with very powerful friends, many connections. I've told him of your exploits, and he's eager to make your acquaintance. He's worth your while, I assure you.
His name is Jerk. Isn't Jerk from the first game? Tokusatsu is like superhero type shows. Hey, Trough of Luxury. Nude tidings. Here we are, Chapter 2.
My lord, your man in Darkhold has fed the Zentarum the required information. They now know how to restore the Onyx Tower. However, Harper's spies have found out what they're up to and are sending agents to counter the Zentarum even now.
Good.
Good, my lord?
Yes, Sanhast. Good. The Zentarum and Harpers both will serve my cause. They will activate the elemental foundations and restore the tower to the material plane, all without realizing that I hold the only remaining Shadow Gate.
The Shadow Gate? The Black Arch we found when we captured the adventurers?
The very same. And that Black Arch will be the only way into the tower when it returns to Toril. My tower.
Hold on, let me put on my skull apron. Turn to Baldur's Gate. Open door. Here we go. Talk to Jerk.
Well met. I am Jarek. I'm pleased you decided to come. Randella spoke so well of you. I thought it would be in both our interests that we meet. There are a number of artifacts scattered across the Western Heartlands that I intend to collect. I mean to do so by hiring trustworthy, capable adventurers, men and women like you. Dangerous work, but fairly compensated. Intrigued?
Yes, what are these artifacts?
The first artifact is called the Orb of Thunder, an engraved copper sphere studded with enormous topazes. It was used to power a weather machine in the observatory of Liran's hold in the Forest of Worms, now a fell and haunted place.
Why do you want the orb?
It is not for me, but for my patrons who need not be named. Rest assured that this is not for some nefarious purpose, but I cannot make you trust me. The choice is yours.
I'll return when I have the Orb of Thunder. Farewell. Also, I'll return when I have new shipment for the new chapter from the merchant. Hopefully. Wait. Merchant's up here. Yeah, here we go.
Welcome back, friend.
What do you have to offer? Oh, look, he's got new stuff. Remarkable Staff of the Warp, Amethyst and Emerald. Extra critical hit damage. Improved critical, Pearl and Sapphire. Target bleeds, +2. Alright, what do you have for armor? Fine leather boots of speed. And we can buy these now, so we don't have to duplicate those. Ring of Speed, Inquisitor's Amulet, Diamond and Ruby, Aquamarine, Coral, Jacinth, excellent. We can just buy this stuff now, and even Topaz, new stuff we haven't seen before. Aquamarine and Topaz. So let's we're gonna buy some gloves and boots.
Seeking arms and armor?
We can't get helmets. We can't get free helmets. But let's import this guy. Get a little bit of money so that we can buy stuff. Get some money. Let's make a withdrawal from the elf bank. We only really need to worry about dropping these items now. All right, thank you, bank. You are banished to the void.
Welcome back, friend.
Sell. I have things to sell.
So if you don't see something here now,
I want to
check
keep that
back from
helmet.
time to time.
Helmet, boots? Yeah, we keep the boots. And then we want to sell off these extra rings. These extra rings that we don't need.
My shop carries the finest armor and weapons. The work of local master.
All right, buddy. All right, buddy. Give me a bunch of rune stones. Give me a whole bunch of aquamarines. A whole bunch of topazes. I'll probably need a bunch of pearls, moonstones, jets, jades, jacinths. Now, let me see your workshop. I don't have a blank item. All right, we'll break the helmet. You said a bucket of mixed gems, yeah, pretty much. Bucket of boots and gloves. All right, what can we put on gloves with the new gems that we have?
Always more than fair, friend. What are you looking for?
Jade is acid damage, cold damage, and shock damage. Fire damage. Okay, so we don't want any of those. Those don't really matter. Armor class, disintegrate undead, cleave, improved critical, target bleeds, and combat reflexes. So we don't really want any of that stuff. Man, I want a bucket of chicken.
You'll find no other
That's like a thing you can't make at home. Constitution, intelligence, dexterity, strength, iron will, ignore knockback. All right, we don't really need any of that stuff, I guess. And that would be the same stuff for rings, right? What about helmet? Acid and poison resistance, cold resistance, shock resistance, fire resistance. Okay, what did my current helmet do? Power attack and reduce the duration of slow stun by 100%. Okay, so I do want this with diamond? Yeah. I need more diamonds. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Give me some diamonds. Give me like 30 diamonds. Good. Good. Thank you for all of the diamonds you've given me.
What are you looking for?
Now, what did my other helmet give me? Reduced duration of slow stun. Okay, so we want that. Want this?
If you need weapons,
pearl,
or armor to protect you from someone else's, you've come to the right place.
Moonstone. Diamond. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got 30% resistance to everything. Yeah, there we go. We can sell that one. Don't really need that. What do our boots currently do? Sprint and Great Fortitude. I think that's fine for a pair of boots to do. And then we're wearing one Sprint and Great Fortitude ring. Strength and Ignore Knockback. Strength and Ignore Knockback. I think we're pretty good there. But we'll check what we can do with a ring. We'll buy one of his rings.
Welcome. You'll find no other
break it down. This remarkable ring of speed.
I've been supplying brave adventurers for over a decade.
Break down, yes. An upgrade could do. Let's see here. Jade is Constitution, Intelligence, Dexterity, Iron Will, Strength, Ignore Knockback. We could do more Ignore Knockback, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. I think we're good.
I can't do that here.
Talk to him.
Welcome back.
Sell.
If you need weapons or armor to protect.
No, sell. Sell that hat. Fine studded leather gloves. And we have that already. And then sell this fine Sturge's ring. We can always get more of those if we need them. And this remarkable ring we can sell. We've got, like, plenty of other gems. Good there. Now, the other thing we need to check is we might be able to pay for experience again now. Nope. Can't pay for more experience. Oh, well. Oh, well, we've reached the maximum amount of maximum that experience or that money can buy for experience. All right. Let's save the game. Let's save the game here. And you know what? I think this is probably a really good stopping point. I've been playing this game for 7.5 hours, not including breaks. And there's going to be a lot to do in the game. Actually, let me check the tavern to make sure they don't have any other side quests. Should check for side quests. Hello, Dwarf.
Yes?
Heard any rumors?
Pah.
He has not heard any rumors. He doesn't have anything to say.
Greetings again, adventurer. I trust
Heard
things
any
are going
rumors
well
of note
for you.
lately?
Perhaps. Do you know of Skull Gorge? It was the site of a great battle between men, orcs, and demons. There is much treasure to be found there, and danger. Here, I'll mark it on your map.
Farewell. Oh, she did that one for free. She didn't sell us that map.
Well met again, adventurer.
There any rumors of note lately?
I've heard little. Only that adventurers are hard up for work in the city.
Yeah, she doesn't give us anything. She just gives us background lore. We can't talk to the barkeeper, who is a different barkeeper than they were before. We'll see if the city watch has anything for us. I assume not, but we'll find out.
Greetings again.
Nope, nothing. All right. Let's wrap it up here. Let's make sure we've saved the game. Oh, we should talk to the temple. Talk to the people in the temple. Maybe they have something.
Greetings again.
Heard any
How might
rumors
I
of note
assist you?
lately?
I have heard of your good works in the city, but nothing more. Baldur's Gate is blessed by Helm to draw such valiant hearts. We are all grateful for your presence. May Helm watch over you.
Nothing. Useless. Useless. I think they're trying to send a message here by having the church be useless. Just kidding. They're gonna have a quest line later, I'm sure. All right, save game. Baldur's Gate. Game is saved. Let's put on those hot jams again and look for somebody to host. Because I'm gonna wrap it up. I gotta go work on some projects and stuff. Let's put on a little music. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Let's make sure we save this time. This is Nude Elf game.